Ladies and gentlemen, we are just about ready to get started with today's stream. I hope you guys are having a good time. Obviously, great jump scare at the start there. I hit the wrong button for studio mode. OBS updated their user interface again, so you know how it is. Pretty much always going to be silly. We'll be working out the kinks and the overlays and changing some stuff up. The obvious thing is that I'm very big man right now, very big head, but still, it should be a good time. We are going to be doing things a little bit differently as well, because one of the things that I feel like overall should probably be done a bit more often is streaming during casting time, streaming during development time, and obviously I'm also, you can see right there, or right here I guess, you've got the daily donation goal on the screen. So something that I am going to be doing is trying to raise up a certain amount of money every time I'm streaming. If you guys have any amount of stuff that you want to send my way to support the stream, you can. You can also, of course, subscribe on Twitch or send money through the Ko-fi page. Those are all still in the various places that they've been in the past, description box on YouTube or whatever. Definitely check those out because we are going to continue offering some very solid perks. But today, we're going to be doing the first of what is going to be a very consistent aspect here. Weekdays, when it comes to weekdays, you'll expect me to be streaming at some point. Today was, early afternoon. It's about 3:15 here, 3:15 in the afternoon here, Eastern time. Of course, sometimes I'll be streaming earlier. Sometimes I might be streaming even later. We will see. But shout out to Inozlix and Neutron who have been hanging out already during that starting time. That's going to also be a staple here, as I'm going to spend maybe 8 minutes or whatever just kind of doing last-minute setup stuff. I just put all that together real quick. It wasn't so involved. It didn't take so long to do, which is good. That's a plus. Plus, we got Mike in the background there behind your chat messages. He's watching over chat. He is our chat moderator. If you offend Mike, you will be made aware. He is the Cosmonarch here, even as the crown, so definitely check that out. I see Godweed in there as well. Hope you guys are all having a good time today. Let's get started with our first round of casts, I think. No reason to dilly-dally. We are going to be spending some time casting Nebelheim versus Jack Yelansky on a new map called Battle Spectre. I'm looking forward to that one. It's something that, in my opinion, we just haven't been able to see that much of because it was finished during the round of Acropolis 3. Now we'll finally get some games on it. This map by BDB has a very interesting feature to it. So let's get into the cast itself. Neat little center view thing as well. That's pretty funny. All right. Let's see if I've configured this correctly. Indeed I have. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. We are talking about cross-spawn only when it comes to these two players duking it out. And we have very similar colors, as we often do between these two players. We've got, I think this is just purple Protoss in the top left, and Jack Yelansky in the bottom right here as our Japanese Violet Zerg. So I'll be tested as I often am when it comes to that. Oh, I think we have duplicated audio there on the first bit. Sorry about that. Hopefully it wasn't too distracting. We are going to be going into a gateway first here for Nebelheim. No surprises there. He doesn't want to do 6 lattice on a cross spawn position or early lattice in general. But it's interesting. This is a 4-spawn map, and you either spawn in this configuration or in the other one, top right, bottom left. This is something that I believe Starcraft 2 maps kind of tinkered around with at some point, and we'll have to see how that one works out. And yes, there is some new UI where it's been yellowified, and Jack is orange. We can't see that as Witness, but you know, red is going to be saved for Blood Summon. That's going to be the classic move where I release a 5th race after the Escozi. So keep in mind, we're going to have green for the Escozi as well. It's like these little blue boxes and stuff are all turned to a different color when you're playing as Protoss now, and a different color when you're playing as Zerg. Otherwise, it is the default blue that you see here. We load the Terran UI for Witness. That's just how Witness and Replay, that's just how it works out for that. I guess Witness is technically Protoss, isn't it? So anyway, for replays, you got Terran UI, so if we ever change that, you'll see some changes there as well. See, there's quite a bit of chatting here in this particular matchup, but that's okay, because we get to chat ourselves and talk a little bit about some of the interesting moves our players are doing. So obviously the hotkeys, the camera shortcuts here are for those natural expansions. We love to see those, and we obviously have just one gate to expand. I guess because it's cross-spawn fixed and he knows it, Neblim's going to try to do something a little bit on the greedier side. But Jack is only now setting up his expansion, and he is going to go for that pool. Hierophant coming very late. Actually, was this gate with no unit? No, he did make a Hierophant. Okay, it wasn't... I was going to say, this is a one-gate expo with no military units. That's pretty bold. We'll have to see how that one works out. I see we have some homies still chatting away. Alexander, welcome to the stream. I'm not sure. I don't think I'll be putting the chat on screen for the casts because some of these will be turned into videos. Who knows? Maybe this one will be epic enough to turn into a video. If you're watching it on YouTube right now, then you know the answer is yes. Unless you're watching YouTube right now on stream, in which case the answer is you don't know yet. Zethicors are already out chasing the Hierophant out. I'm going to be watching the minimap like a hawk because those subtle different shades of purple that are probably impossible to see on the stream. Don't worry, guys. I'm a professional. I know what I'm doing. This is my first cast since my trip, so no time to shake off the rust. We just got to go, go, go. Second Hierophant arriving in the middle of the map. And that is a great surround attempt from Jack Yelansky, but those Hierophants can be very slippery. And with no Vorvacor or anything of the sort to try to overwhelm with that, it is going to be no chance, no opportunity at all for Jack to get a kill. Very, very difficult to kill a Hierophant with that surround. A lot easier for the Draken, and they move slower. I don't think they're actually any bigger, but they certainly feel like it sometimes. All right, the Zethicors are going to be winding around, and we're going to get a nice look at the terrain of Battle Spectre. It does kind of remind me a little bit of Paradise, which is obviously a port of Dante's Peak. To my knowledge, this is not a port of a StarCraft 1 map. This is an OG original map, and you just know that you're going to be cross-spawn every single time. And we do have some Zethicors guarding the upper bases, so that's kind of neat. Of course, the Quas are burrowed, calling forth the Dracodins and the Hierophants. You got to be able to burrow a little bit further forward, and the Cantavis ripe for the picking with these 5 Zethicors or so that have just popped in, but now with the Hierophants returning, Jack Yelansky can actually focus it down if he wants to. He's trying to defend with workers. Will the workers do what need to be done? Oh no! He's hallucinated himself. That's going to multiply the damage dealt by the Zethicors, and he will actually be body blocked by traitorous automata. And that is a wrap for multiple scribes and a dead Cantavis. Very difficult for Neblim to find anything with that. Those Cantavises obviously cost a decent amount of Vespene gas, and you do want a number of them, especially to deal with all the Quasilisks that are currently patrolling across the map. But Jack Yelansky is not really in a position to do anything off the back of that. He kind of just delayed the attack from Neblim, so it's still good value, but he can't capitalize on that with a deadly attack. You look at the Hierophant count, the Dracodins as well. This Protoss army will endure. It's only 14 or so Quas. You're not going to be able to just run up on them. No Zorius present yet for that. But a single Lakizalisk is on the way. Vornath upgrading out of that pool. I will point out that the only changes since Acropolis 3 that are going to be relevant to this patch, this match that is being played for us, is that the Lakis will move slower than it did before. There it is. The slower Lakizalisk, ladies and gentlemen. Much more contingent on Zorius for engages. Otherwise, you want to pre-position it, and it will be a sitting duck otherwise. So, very steep nerf to the Lakis in that respect, but I think it will make tactical plays a bit more commonplace for Zerg. I do generally think of the game a little bit less like buff and nerf when I make changes, and a little bit more like, is this going to be more interesting? So, while obviously that is a nerf to the Lakizalisk, I think it's just more interesting. So, we'll see if that ends up bearing out. Now, this is a bit of a scary concentration of Quas. Sure, you've got the Bulwark, but they can ignore the Matrix for the shield restore, and they will be able to position the Lakis far enough away from the... Oh, no, that's within range of the Bulwark, isn't it? No! Just barely outside of the vision range. Impressive stuff, but the Storm catches so many Quas on the way out and forces them away. Still, this one Lakis is a bit of a problem. Already has 4 kills to its name. Where's the Storm going to come for? Instead, a little bit of an engage from some Quas on that side. Oh, no, another dead Scribe. Looks like he'll get up to 5 workers before we see the Lakis die. The Storm, Zealot, and Matrix combined arms. Still a lot less scary than before. Oh, no, there's a Zorius burrowed there. That seems odd. I don't know what's going on there. Now the Lakis and the Quas standing on top of each other, getting stormed. Cantavis is providing quite a bit of value right now, and there's the hallucination as well. Neblim, fancy footwork. Keeps himself in a safe position. Some Zethicors kind of just guarding the position. It almost looks like a UMS map with all the sprites and funky terrain. You got to watch out for those gargoyles or whatever they'd be renamed to in a UMS map. Nonetheless, the Zeths are out in pretty good force. Quas and Lakis holding hands as they escort each other. Third base theoretically going to be taken here, but it is a little bit scary for Jack to take this one, I feel like. Sure, it's on the high ground, but he's got really no forces over here. There is a Bitty Bee tile, though. What? It's kind of funky that Nablime is still out here with a fairly expensive group of 5 units. Or 6 units, I should say. You'll see this nifty little feature from DF that indicates on the wireframe for the group select how much energy a unit approximately has. And that's pretty useful for us to see that indeed that Cantavis is not long for this world energy-wise. A Gorgacore arrives to seal its fate. But back at home, there's a Pariah out already. We've got Zealot Amaranth. We've got another Cantavis. Matrix. The biggest issue right now is that there is no third base coming for our Protoss player, but he is getting his tier 4 structure, rushing up to Ancestral Archives. Let's see what he can do with that. Zerg garrisoning just about everywhere. We've got Zets and Lake is pouring forth. 4 of them already in a position, but I don't really like this without any support because it just allows the Cantavis to storm with impunity. It has to channel that storm, so you can try to interrupt it with other units. I think that's probably what the Gorgacores are for. But now with gateways adding into the walls, I don't think Jack should actually pull the trigger on this attack right now. I think he should think about maybe setting up some kind of containment. He has more Lakes in position, 6 of them in fact, and he's got a lot more Gorgs coming. So he can try to go after the worker line if he wants to with those. It is still a very valid tactic as of right now, especially with, I think he's going to have 8 Gorgacores on the front line of his opponent, knocking on the front door. And if he pre-positions his Lakes properly, he can actually stop Nablime from being able to do much of anything here. Now, of course, it has been a cancellation when it comes to the gateways, and then he's going to go for the bulwarks instead. Optecton about, we'll say 33% of the way done, but the scribes are already going to start splitting. And a Pariah has arrived. 2 Pariahs, in fact, pre-positioned as soon as he saw the Gorgs. This is great play from Nablime. He's not going to lose hardly any workers comparatively to what he could have used, what he could have lost, and so the Pariahs will definitely help take care of things. At the end of the day, it's something like 8 workers have gone down, I believe. But a lot more Gorgs went down. And this Amaranth chased off half the army that Jack Yelensky was just not paying attention to. He's got so many idle workers at the third base. He is setting up a 4th. So there's still things going on for Zerg. But he's definitely microing a little bit too much trying to chase an Amaranth. And not really microing enough with the Gorgs in the mineral line. Was not an automatic victory the way that maybe he hoped it would, but he has saturated this base, actuated it. He can send a rally of workers up to the 4th at the 3 o'clock position. First up, Tecton has arrived. We've got Pariahs and Amaranths chasing it off the main army. Hallucination going to be a real menace. These Lakes still have not done a thing, and now they will traipse away very slowly. This one Amaranth continuing to scout out and fight individual Zethicores. Looks like 12 o'clock will be the target. Nablime immediately warping in a Nexus. Clears out that one Zethicor that was guarding it, escorting the Scribe, and Tier 2 finishes immediately. Ultrav Cavern, immediately some Oxyl Cesiants. I believe we're going to see Ultra Cores. I believe we're going to see some Zarkavra Cores. The evolution of the Zorius and the Gorg. But we're starting to see the Tecton stack, and if Pariahs keep getting made in good number, it's really hard to actually unseat that artillery. Well, looks like Nablime going to be scouting out 6 o'clock, judging by his camera position. He's got witnesses patrolling the field, and Amaranth dispatched to that spot, already distance mining, as he desperately tries to get his 3rd set up. Make no mistake, even though Jack's containment was rather lackluster, it still did the job. Nablime trying to do a cheeky tech rush. In the process, the counter seems to have been exactly what Jack Yelensky is doing. Mass expanding. He hasn't really saturated this 4th base, unfortunately, but he stayed up a base of his opponent. He's setting up a 5th. So as soon as he establishes a bunch of workers over here, I think he's going to be in really good positions. That being said, we already have Ultra Cores on the way as predicted. Not a lot of Vespene in the tank right now. Matravel Nest on the way. Plenty of units just kind of scouring the map. Not quite Krankendow style, but still great vision here for Jack to know exactly where the 3rd base is. A whole horde of Zorius. I would be very surprised if we don't see a couple of them turned into Ultra Cores at some point as soon as the Vespene is secured. We actually don't see any gas capping except for the one Escagant. So we've got one ridge cap, but that's it. Is that it? Is that true of the whole game? No, we've got 2 ridge caps for Nebline, but no geyser caps just yet. And Protoss don't need to tech into something very expensive in order to access them, unlike the other races. So That is a little bit surprising. A stack of 4 Lake is... I don't see a Witness here, but you can still get a Storm off and uproot them that way. Doesn't look like Nebulum currently wants to do that. He wants to actually see where they are for sure before making a decision like that. So many Lakis spines. They will eventually shred through the Pariahs, especially with the help of the Rokors reducing the armor. There's a great Storm, though, that is going to activate a lot of the Zoryus passives, but we've already got some Ultra Cores coming into play. I just don't know if it's quite enough, because the Obtectons are starting to do a lot of damage to him, and meanwhile, the Focus Fire out of those Atriuses, that one Grand Library Nebulum made, really paying dividends between the Cantavis, Amaranth, and Atrius. Now we've got to start seeing some more advanced strains come out. The problem is, I think a large portion of the army was sent down here. No, it's just Drolets, and a single Pariah is massacring the 5th base, shutting down the mining before it can even really begin, and the whole Protoss army is still intact, while Jack Yelansky has hardly anything to speak of when it comes to his military. He's actually waypointed his workers all the way back to this faraway 4th base, on the precipice of Nebulum attacking it. Oh, I think that might have actually been a Nidus attempt. Hard to say. I don't see a K-Grit anywhere else, so that's what would have happened if it was. Oh, yeah, it was, actually. He's now remaking the Nidus. Wild stuff, so Nebulum not allowing that to be assembled underneath his nose. Instead, it's Jack Yelansky, who has allowed the Protoss to get out of control with their army. Ill-timed attack, ill-fated. Jack did not invest as much into his military as Nebulum did. And instead of trying to play it smart by attacking some of the outer-lying bases or maybe going for a worker raid of some such, it was not going to be enough. Now, the Nidus does end up coming down for the Link, but look, it's going to get shot down from this side instead. Zarkavicors are out, but they're just going to get shredded by the Pariahs. The anti-air, especially with Archons in the mix as well, is way too good right now. Your Ultra Cores might stay alive for a long time, and they might even claim a couple of Pariahs here and there, but it is not going to be enough. The Obtecton count isn't even really what's doing all the damage at this point. It's the fact that the army can't stay alive. Great Storm there as well. 11 kills from that Cantavis and counting. Meanwhile, we've got so many more units on the way for Jack, but they are all being annihilated. This army hasn't reinforced that much. It hasn't needed to. Nebulum has just been crushing through, and it doesn't feel like there's nothing here left for Jack. He doesn't have tier 3 on the way or anything, and even if he did, how would he actuate it with going on, sure, a little bit of resources to try to replenish the lost 4th base at his 5th, but he still hasn't capped any geysers, it looks like. It's just the ridge cap at the 3rd. And now there's another army sent over from Nebulum to crush this position. Obviously, the Nidus was destroyed. A single Ultra Core, all that stands between that small squad and the demise of that base. You can even see Nebulum preemptively sending his army that direction because he wants to link up and deal with this base for sure, for good. He's already taken care of all the workers and no easy way to reinforce. Meanwhile, if we take a look, the base continues to develop. We've actually added lattices for golems in the late game. We've got 3 ancestral archives, not just 1. 2 of them have been blinking for a while for the Archons, and this army is very Brood War style, moved up to the high ground just to distract things. Meanwhile, we've got Matrolets being focused down. They only get 1 spell off in the process, and they don't even really get too many ensnare procs for their allies. Oh boy. Well, Ultra Cores are on top of the Obtectons. That's definitely a matchup that Zerg favored when it comes to those 2 units, but there is a Patriarch allowing for some shield restores, trying to counteract and stall the Ultra Cores from being able to do all the damage they need. Still, it's good for 2 Obtecton kills and maybe a 3rd with so many Ultra Cores getting so much value. Yeah, that is going to go down. A little bit of a Pyrrhic victory for the Zerg as they have fully lost all of the mining at that position. And only now is Jack even thinking about resetting that base, but he can't. He's got too many other things to deal with right now. His army is still getting really, really massacred. These tight chokes are really good for splash damage, but it doesn't quite look like Nebulum is as interested anymore. He's set up a 4th base. He's got so many defenses in a really, really good position. Jack trying to bring it back. What has he got cooking? He's making a lot of Ultra Cores, but really, aside from the couple of Vilgs and a couple of Zoryus, he hasn't really been able to support his army in any other way. I don't know if it's larva gated or what. Maybe it's just the resources that he keeps losing at these bases, but he's about to get his 5th base fully killed this time. There is no saving it. No matter how many more units he sends at this problem, he does not have the composition to beat what Nebulum has assembled. To the point where I think this back force could clear the reinforcements as the front force takes care of the hatch, and the front force is most of the damage. Here we go. More reinforcements coming on in. Well sped from all of those corpses, but the Ultra Cores are going the wrong way. Vilgoricor is trying to engage and soften him up so that the Ultra Cores can lifesteal. I don't think it's going to be enough. It's a messy fight. We've got a little bit of support from the Zoryus rending the armor, but I think those are very, very close to death. And Neblime is not even positioning his army to deal the damage that it needs, and Archon falls. But now the Pariah's on the high ground. The Cantavis with a storm on the ramp. It's beautiful. It doesn't feel like there's anything that Jack is going to be able to do to uproot this army. Instead, he tries to send some Zets this way just to discover a fully fortified base. Neblime has had the economic advantage ever since shutting down the 4th base. And now he goes for it again with another cycle of units, and there is nothing here to defend it. More and more reinforcements forcibly committing up the ramp. They will eventually annihilate this Protoss army, but they have stood their ground. They have made their sacrifice and done exactly what they needed to do, because there is still only 3 base Zerg. 6 o'clock gonna hatch soon. Hopefully a bunch of workers can go there for Jack, but he's run dry. He's basically got no minerals left. Gonna deplete on his natural very soon. His 3rd base not long for this world. 4th once again shellacked. 5th long dead. This base, paradoxically, it looks like poor saturation or something. He hasn't actually been able to deplete these 2 minerals in the main base. But other than that, he's definitely in a good spot. Or in a bad spot, rather. No opportunity for any sort of large-scale resurgence into this game. He's going to have to make a lot happen with very little. And the Optecton Doom stack in the middle of the map. Sure, the Ultra Cores can try to chow down on them, but we've got Golems, we've got Pariahs. Another Cantavis for Hallucinate. Forget about it, man. This is a scary amount of Ultras, but there's no support for them. No air units to try to pick apart the backline. And certainly nothing that can get through all the Golems. The Archon, the Pariah. This hit squad now going to come down and endanger this hatch. It reveals the presence where exactly Jack's army is. By the way, an Argosy is being made inside Neblime's base, finishing up as we speak. He is going to be going for Empyreans, probably. Maybe a Didact or so. A bunch of Zarkavor are going to finish up. That might be the support unit that Jack needs. Yeah, it is a Didact on the way for Neblime. Stasis could be humongous here if he can find where the Zarks are, or maybe just stasis a bunch of the Ultra Cores. But this fight looks like it's much better for Jack to take than maybe we initially thought, because those Ultra Cores are just going to take so long to get down. This is what they can't be doing. They really shouldn't be attacking the Golems and the Archons. They need to be sicking onto the Optectons like battle dogs, but it's not happening right now, and they are eventually going to be crushed. One thing you can say about this composition that Neblime has built, it's not so good at closing games, but it is good at staying alive, even when he takes a faulty engagement like that. Even when Jack finds an opportunity to pounce, he just doesn't have what he needs. And there it is. Yet another defeat for Mr. Jack Yelansky. A Xenolith has been made in the top right. We know that Neblime likes to retrieve some of his high-tech units. A random Cantavis being chased by several units, only to be... Oh, he gets a huge impact hallucination, dude. That was a massacre of expensive Zerg units. And yeah, he orders up a round of workers, but that is not going to matter. Bottom left now been found. He's trying to retake where his original 5th was. He does have 6 o'clock up and running, but Jack is going to lose his 4th base yet again. So he is only on 4 bases. At the very least, getting an extra base mining is really important. But where does he go from here? He can't really stop the bleeding. The Didact is on the way, wrapping around for his position. The Scribes have discovered that the top right natural has been taken by the Zerg, so that'll be radioed in. Those traitorous automata will absolutely find a good value here. Yeah, you can say that you've got a lot of circuits, but this is not going to be enough to hold down the fort. And remember, this Didact is on the way as well into the base. We'll see if he ends up recalling or what. There's the single Spraith to try to stop it. He is actually within range, so he's going to end up porting in a number of powerful units, but I think he might end up losing the Didact for it. Yep, he will. But he still ends up getting a couple of units there. He didn't actually resend some more in, so that's a little bit unfortunate. But still... Golem, Archon, Optecton is pretty scary to suddenly show up in your base. I love how long Archons last in Cosmonarchy, dude. Good luck. He's got Quas attacking it, dude. It's got 3 armor. See you later, my friend. The 3rd base has been fully massacred. The Ultra Cores are only now really cycling in, but there's not so many of them. Like, where do you go when there's so many? You try to dodge all the lasers. Here's some more Ultra Cores coming in. They have no support, these Optectons. They are going to start to end up losing. There's the Archon's coming on in, and yeah, linking back up with the other army. It's a shellacking to last a lifetime. Got enough lasers for days. Another Didact on the way towards the bottom left. We are going to see a huge attack coming into this position before those bases can really pay out many dividends. And yeah, Ultra Cores are still streaming in. But look, he's never dealt with this position in the bottom. He's going to lose a tech node to it. At the very least, he's going to lose the Matravel. And GG has to be called as the Protoss army storms yet another bridge. Nablime will finally take the game. And it was a glorious match indeed. Well, I was pretty surprised to see Nablime win in such a fashion. I did think that he was in deep trouble early on, but seeing that he was able to come back from that position, that was impressive, guys. What did we think about that? GG's indeed. Oh, I see Ultra was in the chat asking about Shift Tab. Unfortunately, it doesn't work in replays in Cosmonarchy. We're going to try to fix that later. They are indeed both purple. I see Bitty Bees there. We got Jimmy in here. He made up Tecton, dude. That's it. Oh. We had a bot. Don't worry, I banned him. We're going to get into Game 2. They actually sent me 4 replays, if you can believe it. So we're going to grab Games 2, 3, and 4 today as well. This is going to be a good series. I also really like the map Battle Spectre, just from that one game. I want to see a little bit more on it. I feel like maybe some of the pathways are a little bit congested, but I really like the fixed cross-spawn thing, where people will know where their opponents are based on where they spawn. I think that's pretty neat. All right, let's see what we get. One thing I have noticed is actually what they were chatting about not so long ago is that the K-grid doesn't actually spread correctly when you have when you're spawning in that way. So that's something that hopefully can be fixed. But all right. Ladies and gentlemen, let us get into yet another match here. We are going to be looking at Nablime versus Jakulenski again on Battle Spectre, a map by Bitty Bee, fixed cross spawn. We're seeing the other configuration because the previous time we saw this map, it was top left, bottom right. Now we've got Jakulenski in the top right. He seems to be some kind of dark sapphire, and he is our Zerg player. Nablime in the bottom left is our green Protoss. Dark green Protoss, excuse me, is going to be going once again Gateway first. Appreciate you guys tuning in to the stream if you are. We do stream all of these games live, even though there's no live chat on the screen. Don't worry about that. I am reading it occasionally when I'm not really in the zone casting, and certainly between games. But also, if you're watching the VODs, if this gets clipped and turned into a VOD, I appreciate you watching that as well. Of course, we are looking to power through with more support. If you want to support streams like these, you can donate through the Streamlabs link. It is much appreciated. Looking forward to also seeing more of you guys in the Discord server, playing the game, etc. It's going to be a great time. We got an exciting show match coming up, but right now we got Nablime versus Jack. So as much as everything is very epic and evolving within Cosmonarchy, and we're going to be working on some development later today, improving the game, making it some changes to the game, it's going to be a grand time in this one series alone. We've got an embassy on the way, second gateway coming up. So already something a little bit different from what Nebelheim did previously. And I feel like Jack has really gone for a more standard approach, right? I feel like looking at it the way that I'm seeing it here is Jack just has his opener, and he usually goes for that really fast Zorka's Shroud. We'll see if he wants to do a similar thing here. He has already, I guess, pivoted towards a fast expand off the pool, and then he goes Shroud after. So that's also pretty neat. He does deny Nebelheim the opportunity to deny his hatch. There's a bit of a mouthful there. Escapes the deny. Fight me, says Nebelheim, and the Riller Rokor's obliged. Some people are always curious about the way that the Broodling, in Cosmonarchy, so you can make a pair of them from Larva, and they are free, but Larva is not free, right? Larva takes time. Larva could be a worker. Larva could be other military units. Ooh. Okay, let's not fight. The Riller Rokors are a little bit different in Cosmonarchy, as many units are. Pretty much, I don't think there's a single unit that hasn't been changed in some really significant way. That's why one of the reasons why it's its own game, besides the fact that there's a billion other things that we've added. The way that the Broodspawn work here is that the Riller Rokors will lose their timed life, 11 out of 11 here you see. They'll lose that when they're off the Kagra, the creep. So when they're on open ground, they lose that. When they attack, they get 1 second of timed life back. And they attack faster than 1 second, right? So their attack speed is 1.6. So yeah, they could keep themselves alive perpetually if they were constantly attacking things, which makes them really good at denying things like, static defense rushes, right? The photon cannon rush in StarCraft 1 PvZ. It's not exactly extinct. It just, that's one thing that Zerg have in Cosmonarchy that they don't have in StarCraft 1 to try to defend against it. So a little bit of info for you. Looks like that fast embassy was actually made for a witness, which is going to deny Zeth and Quaz burrows. This is a tactic that Protoss use so that they can, basically they can still see the burrowed units and try to deny them. But the witness, it's not even really going to be necessary for that. Instead, the circuit gets popped before it can even finish. So no static defense erected for Mr. Jack. Instead, there's 4 Drakodons starting to push him through. And this actually looks like a really scary position. He's making a lot of Quaz, which don't suck versus this, but I do feel like a horde of Zeths would really help him out faster. Let's see. Already losing a lot of workers. He's essentially lost, a lot of resources and 1 worker so far. There was no cancel on that Kagrant. That was the main reason why. And you can see the Quaz are going to burrow, but there's a witness here, so that doesn't really help you. Because obviously the Drakonids outrange the Quaz, so you really don't want the Quaz to be the, being kited or what have you. The one Zealot taking forever to be killed as well. There's a lot more Quaz where that came from, but it does feel like right now, Nebelheim is just enjoying the fact that there's not a single Zethra Core out to try to surround him or anything. Another Kagrant being made right under Nebelheim's nose. He's busy watching out against all those Quaz. He finally will cycle towards it as he falls away from the Zethra Cores that have been starting to be made. But now, I mean, this is looking really dire for Jack. With the Ecclesiast coming out, this feels like it's going to be a little bit too much. Let's find out what we can do here. We still have another circuit going down before it's canceled, so no worker refunded. More and more Quaz being made. This looks like it's just overwhelming. He's not really doing any damage to the units themselves. They're regenerating shields. We've got an Ecclesiast that's also going to help support it by restoring shields around the enemies that it attacks. Ideal for dealing with melee units and supporting things like Zealots or indeed melee range Drakonids. As it falls, it will empower its allies with movement speed, and that will allow Nebelheim to kite backwards away from the remaining military units. At this point, the hatch is going to be killed, it looks like, or maybe he'll just go after those very vulnerable Larvosks for production. Oh, he attacks his own Zealot. That might be a little bit of an own goal. Instead, he's going to cycle the Zealot away and wait for its shields to regenerate. More and more Zerg units being made. They are very cheap, but they don't do a lot. They don't stay alive a long time. And it looks like with only 1 dead Drakodon so far, Nebelheim is still at large. He sends the Zealot away. It will give its life, but it will be allowing for a great distraction as more Drakodons storm the gates. This game is over, ladies and gentlemen. Jack Yelansky calls GG, and Nebelheim scores another dub. Just steady pressure. Not even 6 minutes long for that game. Constant pressure from Nebelheim. We'll see if he does anything a little bit different next game, but that was really impressive. You could tell that he kind of read his opponent was going to do a faster expansion strategy, and I really love the way that he decided to deal with that. Fast Embassy, detect the burrowed units, see what happens from there. GG's. Not how I expected that match to go down, but we've always got more where that came from, ladies and gentlemen. Boris Alarson was asking about how to read the supply numbers. Yes, indeed. Workers and army. Workers over army. Hi, Godweed. I said hi to you earlier. Quaz versus Toss asking for a loss. So, yeah, I guess the question is a bit more nuanced from Boris. He was actually asking for, like, how... So, there's certain breakpoints in StarCraft 1, for example. It's like, at about 120 to 150 supply as Terran, you can survive versus max supply Protoss, depending on your position and stuff like that. So, essentially, like, what are some common breakpoints in the matchup? For Protoss versus Zerg, the longer you keep the Zerg on low workers, the better you are, but Zerg will eventually explode with workers. I think this is true in all StarCrafts, StarCraft 1, StarCraft 2, and Cosmonarchy, if you want to count that as a StarCraft. In both of the main game StarCrafts, that's true. In Cosmonarchy, it's also true. It's probably even more so... Well, I guess larva injects make it really obviously true in StarCraft 2, so it's somewhere in between the two. You have access to more larva generation options in Cosmonarchy than you do in StarCraft 1. So that's a really primary thing. I only say hi to the winners. Owned! Devastated. So the way that you can think about the army numbers is it really does depend on what your army is. If you have a lot of gateway units, that means a lot more than if you have a lot of lattice units. Lattice units, the robo, gives you more numerous units, but your army quality is down. So in the same way that, like, 20 supply of siege tanks in StarCraft 1 is probably going to be... It's going to give you very different outcomes than 20 supply of vultures, even though they're the same amount. It's the same number. It's 10, right? So they're both 2 supply units is what I mean. So, like, 10 vultures is going to give you way more value than when you're trying to do map control and stuff and setup. But 10 I almost called them phalanx instinctively. 10 siege tanks will give you difference. A very, very different story there. So, all right, let's find out what happens behind door number 3. It looks like we have the same positions, actually. Ooh. Correct, shopkeeper dog. Dog is accurate and true and real. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have another very interesting match here on Battle Spectre between Jack Alinsky and Neblime. This one is going to be the 3rd time that they have duked it out. The first game was drawn out, and Jack looked like he had the advantage, but Neblime came back and just controlled the middle and late game. Then, we obviously have the second game, which was a blazingly fast Neblime, 6 minute or less. Gate, Embassy Gate, just rush them down with Dracodons and a little bit of Zealot Ecclesiast help. Really, really nice work there, and Jack just did not make the right units. He made Quaz, he didn't storm them with Zeths or anything, he didn't try for a fast Vornath. He really wanted the Zorkish Shroud to work after his fast hatch. We'll see if that's exactly what Jack does again, maybe making some slight alterations. But Neblime really likes to change his strategy up. He doesn't usually drill the same strategy over and over again, even in practice games, is what I've noticed from watching a lot of his replays. Unless he just skips out all, like, he's like, yeah, I did that strategy in game 7, and then I didn't do it again until game 18, so I'll just skip game 18 and do a game... Whatever. I don't know how he submits the replays. I assume he just sends me all the stuff he's played. But this is indeed a pool opening after the Larvosk. We are going to eventually see that hatch. Neblime has sent a worker much faster to try to deny this. But again, your Rilla Rocors will preserve if they are attacking a unit or structure. So you can't just use the Rilla Rocors for that. You can obviously just use Zeths for that as well. Really, really good at dealing with structures. But sometimes the Droleth is sent down there much earlier than the Zethicors actually pop. Like, it looks like right now, Jack is already thinking about expanding, but he can't. He has to wait for Neblime to get the hell out of dodge. And there will be a pylon made. Make no mistake. Neblime loves making pylons. Oh, he's actually going to let the Rilla Rocor time out. That's beautiful. Because it couldn't actually make the connection. You have to do the moving shot in order to get them to attack. But now you can see what I was talking about here. They are going to slowly give themselves the time to life back and eventually try to deal with that pylon. It's only 75 minerals. Neblime is fine letting this finish. He's really blocking the hatch, so it looks like Jack is going to have to build it in base or something. Now, it's not really catastrophic because you can build up to 14 workers on minerals without losing any efficiency. And that number is derived by taking the number of mineral fields in a base and multiplying it by 2. Sometimes you can even, sometimes it's like 15 or 16 workers without losing efficiency. It really depends on like the distances. But the general rule of thumb is twice the number of mineral fields is the number of workers you want on minerals before you start losing efficiency. And of course, then you need 2. I prefer 3, but most people just do 2 workers on gas. And that also cuts into it. So on average, for a main and a natural, you are going to see, what, 18 workers is like the basic efficiency per base. And you can saturate further than that if you want to. It is still valuable, but they do get diminishing returns by that point. In StarCraft 1, the diminishing returns hit way sooner. As soon as you put like a single extra worker on the patch, it's going to be less efficient usually than having multiple workers on a patch. So that's one thing that is very different than StarCraft 1 that a lot of people struggle with. And we do indeed see Jack Yelansky going for that 14 on minerals. Big shout out to Remy Joel Shiloh. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Hope you're doing well, sir. Sir or ma'am. Sir or ma'am or thing. However you like to be identified. We do have an expansion coming for Neblime. And that is going to be with Artisans mining at the 6 o'clock position. That is going to be a very interesting position here. He has gone for the fast embassy, but not for the witness this time around. Quas and Zets have been made. There are 3 Hierophants duking it out over here. When you see the red overlay on a unit like that, when they die, they're actually going to give attack speed. That's why it's red, because the attack speed overlay is also red. But when they are tagged like this, it just means that they move slower. And the reason why you can tag structures, certain structures with them, is because they still will attack slower if you stack it up. So there you go. A little bit of a crash course on the way that the Hierophant works. Very nimble harassment unit. With no Vorvicors and no Hydralisks, it's really actually difficult for Jack Yelansky to fight this. And he hasn't really teched into either of those. He's going Zorka's Shroud again. Scribe is pocketed at towards the 12 o'clock position, I guess you could say. I guess that's more like 1 o'clock, but either way, he's going to go ahead and do that. Artisans are continuing to saturate some of the minerals and gas. And he is making a grand library, so this is a very, like... I don't even really want to call this a greedy build. It doesn't really feel like Neblime is leveraging his current containment advantage very much. He got a little bit of tempo from the pylon, but he's kind of done some middle-of-the-road stuff. His build doesn't necessarily excel at any one thing, but I guess if you give it a couple more minutes, his tech rush will be complete, and he will have a pretty good, like, 2.5 base economy with the Artisans. These guys distance mine and immediately return it with that teleportation. It's not really immediate, I guess, but, you know, you get the idea. So I think once his natural is saturated and once the Artisans are continuing to harvest from minerals and gas across the map, he's going to have nice scouting and map awareness, and he's also going to be equipped to deal with any would-be drops. The Leikas are out, the Quas and Zorius are coming out. This army just doesn't really feel that scary right now from Jack. And it's good because Neblime doesn't really have much of an army. He's doing a very sort of tech-oriented push. The Ovaleth is not going to be scouted by that bulwark, I don't think. I think it was out of range. But when you do have detection on something, you can click on it. And if you don't see any units in the cargo hold, you know it's empty. So this Ovaleth we know is empty. And this bulwark does detect. So maybe Neblime did click on it when it was detected and decided, yep, it didn't have anything in it. That's a dead Hierophant. When the Zorius makes close contact with a Hierophant or any other unit, it will cause other units from the Zerg army to speed up. But that storm is really going to stop any sort of attack. And you can see the Hierophant slowing down anything they tag as well. A lot of debuffs coming out. Going to go ahead and cancel one of the production structures he was making as a wall and set up some more static defense instead. Makes sense because he's not in any immediate danger any longer. The Scribe does reveal that 12 o'clock is being taken, so he can maybe mount some kind of attack on that at some point. Hasn't really been producing a lot of Artisans, though. He's actually gone for Artisans again now, but he took a moment off of it. Asiliants are being made, so that's an interesting choice. Now, Alakis is going to be added to the little main base here for Neblime, and he is going to start to pinch off some of his army, but look, the Alakis are now pushing forward on this side as well, and we do not have a witness out for Neblime. He's already lost 3 workers harvesting Vespine. The Matrix could be next if you're not careful, but it looks like it will be overwhelmed. And the Ovaleth will die too as well. Big storms. They're going to go ahead and help clear out those Leikas in the front. So it doesn't really look like Jack was able to reinforce as fast as he wanted to with extra Leikas. Yeah, you really got to watch out. So the way that the Asiliants work, since I'm talking about so many ways that units work, is that they will create infinitely bouncing projectiles. So the longer a fight goes on, the more DPS they're going to be dealing. We didn't really get a good indication of how that looks in a larger battle. Oh, Nebulum, don't storm yourself, please. But the reason why we didn't get that is because Nebulum won the battle so fast. So what can I say? Sure, Asilians are good, but we didn't really get to see them shine exactly the way that we wanted them to. Artisans in the upper base, the upper third base, I guess you could say. That's an interesting choice. Nebulum just going to continue doing stuff there. His scribe has evacuated from 12 o'clock, but he is going to send some army that way. And we can already tell that maybe Jack Yelensky knows that. He's going to send up some of his own circuits, and he's rallying out some units there. He already has some defense over here at the natural anyway. But remember, Nebulum is essentially on 2.5, maybe 3 bases by now with all the artisans he's made, compared to Jack, who's only now setting up his 3rd base. They're basically on even economy right now. And if Nebulum can't bust this, then it's slightly Zerg favored. But we got to see what Jack actually wants to do to deal with the Unitary Union units. Dives immediately onto that Asilian. The Lake is trying its best, despite its slow movement speed. Should be able to clothesline some of the Cantavises, but actually he's forced to unburrow and move out of the storm. They are still trying to chase. Really, really good storm usage here from Nebulum. He actually keeps both of the Cantavises alive somehow, and he kills a lot of the front line. Didn't really get any Lakes kills, but he did a lot of else. Like, there's not really any units left for Jack other than the Lakes. Finally, we see him going for the Hydra Thin. This is what I think Zergs are going to need to do in general versus this kind of composition, versus these ground-heavy compositions that we see Nebulum going for. We need to see Hydralisks, and we probably need Bactyls to deal with the Cantavis. Either that or you're going to go for a very fast tier 2 and try to go for Protathalors or something, but I think really you need the Hydras and the evolution of the Hydra. Trying to send out another expansion for 4th. We do have tier 2 on the way for our Zerg player. It just went down. His army kind of getting caught in the middle a little bit. Hierophants have been reinvested into. But look, this scribe, wounded though it is, it will lose this battle, but Jack doesn't know that. He hasn't clicked on his opponent's unit. And we've got some static defense being warped in here. They will get canceled. Look at this sneaky play. The Vibrance might not be able to get in because of the Ovoleth. That's really smart for Jack to do. But the Vibrance is a permanently cloaked unit that only reveals itself after it attacks. So if you can, and it deals AoE to everything in its radius. So if you can get it into a worker line, they will deal a lot of damage. Now, that being said, you can burrow to avoid it because it has to be seen, but that's still pretty schnazzy there from Nebulum. Good deflection from Jack Yelensky, who does end up moving his Ovoleth away. And finally, that pylon will be dealt with, and the Droleth will expand. A 4th base now on the way here for our Zerg player, but the Protoss army has synced up. And the Vibrance has another little neat fact. So you guys remember the Ecclesiast restoring shields around its victims? The Asiliant does that as well. It's a very good support unit as well as a sort of worker raider. So you expect this Protoss army to stay alive a lot longer unless the Lake is in this number, can and will overwhelm this position. One of the Draconons already going down. That's a big set of storms. Now the Vibrance will help keep these armies alive long enough for the Asilian projectiles to really stack up in a big way, but they have to cycle away. Those Asilians are still firing this entire time. Finally, the Vibrance should go down here. It's totally surrounded by the Geyser and the Zoryuses, but look at how many storms get off in the process, and that is still a lot of lost units for the Zerg. A comparatively small number of Protoss units dying. All that just to secure the 4th base. Now let's see if Jack Yelensky can parlay this into a winning position, because Artisans have continued to harvest resources from all walks of life, all corners of the map. We have static defense being erected over here just to make it more difficult to clear that pylon. And now turning the Droleth into the Gosvaleth, evolving it on the spot so that the Artisan doesn't kill him. Very cheeky. A couple of Asiliants and a Zealot starting to add, stacking up those projectiles. And again, you got to watch out for those projectiles. They will start stacking up in a really big way, but burrowing is a good way to avoid them. Without detection, they can't stack up onto the Lake is. Top left will indeed be taken after all, and it looks like both ways, right? Not just the natural, but also the main base. Jack definitely doing a good job of taking more bases. This definitely looks like a better round out of our Zerg player. This isn't like the first game where he had a containment, but then he kind of fluffed it. He wasn't really ever in the lead. Maybe now we can say it's an advantaged position for him. We'll take a quick look at the Protoss base. We do have more prostration stages coming out. It looks like we're going to have a heavy pariah committal. And the Unitary Unions, I think there was a second one made at some point. Yep, there it is. Artisans are heckling the hatch, but we can't attack air here. We're only Zoryus. Pure Zoryus and Zeth right now. There's some Lake is around somewhere. Oh, he's trying to cycle away. I thought he was just going to clear the bridge, but it doesn't look like it. More Vibrances. Again, the more you get, the more shields you get. more units your enemy fields, the more shields you get as well. Very good versus Zerg. At last, Gosvalets have arrived. Advanced workers fighting advanced workers. Fear the worker wars. The worker meta is upon us. There's a much more interesting fight going on here, but I really had to look at that and linger for a moment. Looks like both of these bases are in danger of being destroyed. Jack took them, but he hasn't actually teched up too much yet. Still rocking the Ultra Core. He wants to see if he can overwhelm the sustain of the Vibrances and the damage of hallucinated pariahs doing so much. The Asilians as well, doubling up on their projectiles. That's going to be a huge deal. We need to see if those Cantabuses can get saved, because right now they're not even being focused down. Instead, it's the Vibrances taking all the flack. It does look like both of these bases are going to go down at the end of the day. Nebelheim is apparently fine sacking all of the army, and there's the Vibrances revealing themselves only so that they can get attacked by the Ultra Cores. They will eventually be brought down, surely, but it will take a little bit of time. No! He's not content with losing his army. He's going to use the Xenolith to repair and pull them away. And there you go. He won't take the base. He'll keep his army alive, but the Vibrances do end up going down over here. That's a critical loss, actually. And you can see Nebelheim just trying to cycle his army out, but the Pariah will not escape, or will it? Oh my god! The running man, and the Vibrance recloaks, so it's fine. Hilarious. But also quite annoying. Zarkavra scout out over here just in time to see engrams and all sorts of defenses, so that's not going to work out. A hallucination. Nebelheim on the ball for the response to that. Gosvaleth reveals yet another outpost. Who did it better, Protoss or Zerg? That's what I want to know. Zobrielisk is out. Ultra Core is trying to do their best to continue DPSing down the Vibrances, but they're not really focusing on the right things, and there's not so many of them. So instead, they'll cycle back over here, clear out this position so that another base can be taken. Natural in the top left, once again being taken. This base never got uprooted. I still think our Zerg is in a good position. Much better than the first game that we saw in the mid stages, because the Doom comp has not been assembled. But we do have Unars out, and these units do a lot of damage. Gotta watch out for that. We've got Zorius and Ultra Cores trying to descend upon this army. This isn't a great surround. It's really just coming in from one flank. I don't like this position here. Ultra Cores can get burst down by the Unars. Really got to watch out for that. Great single target damage. Another Vibrance infiltrating. There's no detection over here. This could actually be a really big hit on all of those Drolets. We'll see how long that unit lasts. But at the same time, attacking in at 3 o'clock. All of the units now scrambling for Jakulanski. His static defense is just going to get ripped to shreds. And so many sycophants are going to keep the pariahs alive as well with their shield restores. That is a wild composition, one of which we have not seen before. And the Vibrance is starting to stack up kills. We'll keep that selected while we watch the main battle, because I don't even know if Jakulanski can save 3 o'clock now. He's sending in a lot of units off to the other side, and only now is he trying to reinforce. But the Convalisks are getting annihilated. They can't even do a single thing. It just stacks up more healing for the Vibrances when you give all those Rillarocores cores over. Now we've got more Ultra Cores coming on in to try to reinforce. Only the one lone Zobrielisk gets doing so much damage, but it's all by itself. And the Vibrance, is it still alive? It is! It got 14 kills, and I guarantee you most of those were Droleth. The 3 o'clock base extinguished. If this army gets wiped, Jakulanski is still in a position where he can do things, but oh my god! 31 kills and counting! The Vibrance will not be denied. And Jakulanski's multitasking has not worked out for him. Very unfortunate. We're going to have to see if Jack can redeem himself in the final game, because it doesn't look like this is his for the taking. He still hasn't properly cleared out this army. The Vibrances are escaping. This one's going to go all the way towards 12 o'clock. It should be dealt with, in theory, before it can get many kills. It is a radial splash, so it does have fall off. You're not doing 10 damage to any target you hit. Staying out of range of the Circuit, it can't survive another move. Ovalets are established at all bases. These Drolets are not mining at top left. That's a critical error. Finally, the Vibrance will be defeated, resetting the third base. We don't have great saturation in all of these bases, honestly, but it's enough, right? It's that 14 minimum. So he's not oversatted. in most of his bases, Neblime. He'll take the fight. His Unars are in position. We gotta watch these Ultra Core HPs. If they can stay alive long enough, if they can lifesteal enough, well, it doesn't look like it's enough at all. Oh my god, you can see the focus fire come out of those Unars. It just splatters them. The Pariahs are slowly being eaten through. There's not enough shield sustain comparatively, but it doesn't matter. I mean, there's just so much. If that Matrolith was there to ensnare, maybe that would have been a different story, but in the end of the day, the army just gets absolutely shellacked. And it doesn't really look like Jack has much. Look at here. The military count is higher for the Protoss. That's never supposed to be what happens. Jack's got 100 workers and hardly any military, and certainly no static defense. He really got to watch out for that. Cancels the advanced mutations, hoping that maybe he can buy enough time. He's going to have to cancel them again, I feel like, and he's just allowing these units to walk up and kill him. He needs to do something. There it is. The cancels come out. It's not going to be enough. If he had several more Lakizilisks over in this position, I would say something different, but as of right now, there is no hope. Jack Yelensky's Tier 2 units look like Tier 1 Padawans, and Neblime, the Jedi Master, just going to annihilate him with every trick in the book. He doesn't need up Tectons. He's got Unitary Union units, as well as a whole horde of Pariahs and Sycophants. It is beautiful. And people said Protoss was underpowered. They might be right, honestly, but I don't know. Certainly doesn't feel like it watching these games. Neblime putting on a bit of a clinic here. Once again, going to use the splash damage of the Pariah to annihilate a worker line. And he's attacking on the other side. There is enough static defense to hold him off for now, but he will mass up. He's got his Argosies making Empyreans now. He'll be able to deal with any air splash, and he's going to start the recall for the Unars so that he can get them out of dodge. That's beautiful. He didn't even really need to, honestly. I think he over-respected Jack Yelensky's counterattack. Even this army is going to be able to probably clean up the Ultra Cores. Well, if they were all attacking it anyway. No, he's going to mass up over this position instead. By the way, Xenolith is down here at the sort of 6 o'clock area. Really good spot for it, because you are going to give yourself a lot of room to cycle your army that you're recalling anytime you need it. Unfortunately, I have crashed, but it looks like that was about the end of the replay, judging by the leftover time. So we do have to chalk that one up to a Neblime victory. I don't know what's up with that one. That was not part of the replay submission. By the way, we're going to crash your game. Nope, that was not said, but we still saw the writing on the wall. There were Drolets moving to the bottom right, where there was absolutely no chance for Jack Yelensky to take any bases, and he was basically on death's door. He's got he had like one more fight in him. If you look at the production tab, there's Arcavicores and Convolisks and some Zorius, and we know that some Ultra Cores did exist, but they were probably going to die top left and leave the army with no front line to speak of. So much splash damage out for Neblime. A well-deserved dub at the end of the day. So there you go. A little bit of a anticlimactic ending, I apologize. But we will be getting right back into that fourth game on Battle Spectre between these two. A 3-0 start here. Neblime not showing much weakness. I really did feel like Jack Yelensky did a lot to riposte the attacks in the mid-game and get a lot of bases. But again, it comes down to army composition. Neblime keeps throwing different things at him, and Jack is just kind of off balance. Somebody observed that Ayud64 is a player who he's champion of Acropolis 2, second place in Acropolis 3, hit him up to 7 games and a best of 7, you know. Definitely a well-respected and well-established player. Somebody did say about Ayud that he's got pretty reasonable mechanics, but his strategic layer is something that he develops over a very long period of time, while also waiting for other people to maybe find out some details themselves. He practices a lot, and he develops his game plan over time. I think Jack Yelensky is a similar boat. He doesn't really maybe like front run the development of his own strategy as much as he waits for somebody to accomplish something else, like cranking down and hamster, and then Jack downloads those replays and he gets going. You know, it's definitely really commendable how far Jack went in Acropolis 3's playoffs, but the throne room stage was more kind to him than it was kind to Neblime. Neblime, on the other hand, just absolutely destroying him so far. And all we did was change the Lakis. Again, that was the only change in patch ever since ever since Acropolis 3 that is pertinent to this particular these matches. So that's interesting to me. I like that. Oh, I see that Mafios, however you say that guy's name. He was asking about changes to the game. Yep, there's a lot of changes. Why did the circuit say disabled for half a second? When it regresses, so when it's destroyed, it turns into what it previously was, but it's stunned for 1 second. So that's why I would say disabled. It's basically just a communication to tell you that, like, hey, the unit's not working for a moment. And yes, indeed, shout out to Zeki. Big shout out to Zeki. We love Zeki here. He's repping Cause Monarchy with his Discord tag, which I thought was really epic to see. That was awesome. All right, let's get our fourth and final match between Neblime and Jakulenski out. This is also on Battle Spectre. They just played this map a bunch, so we are going to see if Jack can redeem himself. He definitely had some strugglesome games. This is a bit of a far cry from the Jack that I saw in the Acropolis number 3 Battlements and Throne Room stages, but hey, we'll see what happens, right? Won't we? Won't we, guys? I think we will. Pro drinking G Fuel. No, if you guys want to know, I'm drinking Gamer Sups, okay? It's very different than G Fuel. It's the same thing as G Fuel. I just get a discount code for it. This one is Arctic Cooler. It's not bad. Does the job. Hey, what's up, Zeki? GG's. Zeki, number 1 CM player? What does Zeki think about that? Could be. All right, let's get into this game, ladies and gentlemen. We are looking at Neblime and Jakulenski duking it out some more. This gateway is indeed on the way, and Jack is indeed making one pair of the Rokors and a Larvosk. So exactly like the way that all of these games have begun so far. We've got Jack in the top right as the Tyrian Purple Zerg, and Neblime in the bottom left as the Ultramarine Protoss. Every time I see the Ultramarine color, it's honestly a guess. Sometimes it's Ultramarine, sometimes it's Zephyr, sometimes it's... There's probably one other color that it can be. Cosmic Cobalt, maybe? I think that's darker, though. We do have a Larvosk. We've got a Grand Library very fast here for Neblime. He wants to keep trying innovative new strategies. What's up, 3Crow in the chat? Yeah, pretty hyped that Bonneth is going to play Bonneth, Ultra, and Hawk, duking it out in a 3-man group. That show match is coming the 15th of August. It's on my calendar and everything. Both Riddler Rokors survived long enough to attack the pylon, so it will actually be canceled this time. Not worth the full investment of resources. No! Jack didn't expand. He didn't have enough money. So now he's got to deal with another one going down. How sad. Neblime has overstayed his welcome. The scribes should be dead. I don't know why Jack decided not to micro, but that's okay. Sometimes players are just like, I will conserve my strength for later in the game. And sometimes they're bad. Interesting that he goes for the degen strat. This is sort of like making a pylon as your Nexus is finishing, because for those who don't know, pylons do provide power in Cause Monarchy. That's why there's no pylon, or Nexus provides power in Cause Monarchy. That's why there's no pylon here. But you can pick up your creep colony equivalent, the Kagrant, with your Ovaleth. So if you didn't know that, if you were new to Cause Monarchy and you're still learning, that's a big deal for sure. That's going to be another Larvosk there for Jack. We saw a very similar base layout before. This time around, though, he hasn't made the decision to go Zorkas yet. I'd love to see him experiment with more Hydra-based styles. I think a lot of Hydras early on would really shut down these lower army, more technical armies that Neblime is fielding. Would just take way longer to do any damage and eventually be overrun. The Amaranth is going to try to fight, but with the Circuit here, it will overdamage them. Although when its attack speed increased, that's pretty significant to give itself a lot more shields. Eventually, though, with the Circuit not even attacking it, that's probably a big mistake. Actually, that Circuit is within death range now, but there are going to be 4 Zets that unburrow here. It just feels like this is not going to be that much. Yeah, the Matrix out kind of shuts this play down immediately. Maybe he can try to heckle the gateway, but there is a Cantavis there for Storm, and now the double Amaranth. Wait, is Nebline going to destroy him in the early game again? Is this going to be like game 2? My, oh my. A Dracodon arrives. Very different composition. Amaranth's coming out so early is something that I don't think Jack has had to deal with since Doglived attacked them in, I think it was Near Impact. Yeah, it was Storms with Amaranths and such. Very, very interesting composition. The Hierophants are getting focused down. They are definitely a big force multiplier here. And the Zethicors can try to deal with the Amaranths a lot easier, but they are just getting shredded. More Zets arriving. Going to go after the Hierophant. There's so many of them now. Jack will certainly be able to throw this around, we feel like. Another Dracodon arrives, but most of them are popping. Finally, Neblim's early shenanigans are routed. And in this way, it might have been worth it for Neblime to still go for it, but what military does he even have back at home? He's got a lot of Cantavis. He's got 2 Cantavis, a Zealot, and these 2 units that are trying to escape the inevitable Zeth surround. I don't know that they will be successful in doing so. The Amaranth should be, but yeah, that Dracodon should be. Not long for this world. Even the Amaranth helping the Dracodon die, which is very funny. And so, behind this, Jack has started making workers, but he did make another round of Quas. So this is not the only extent of the attack. Oh boy. It's a lot of dead Zeths. The zoning preemptive storms. This is a Neblime specialty. We love seeing this here. Plus, the gateway is borrowed from Shambler. It's a Shambler tactic. Create your own walls. I remember when Hubsea, StarCraft 2 player, he was playing Cosmonarchy a lot back in the day. We have a little bit of an elevator attack over here. That's kind of nifty, but I don't think it's going to get too much damage done. Too much static defense everywhere. Can't even kill the gateway, really. But he does scout that there's a Stargate, so that's kind of good. Just didn't need to use the units for it. Wait, hold on. Actually, picking one of the Cantavis is pretty big, and he even gets Zethicors onto the static defense. That forces one of them to die and the other one to be canceled. That's pretty nifty. One of the Wardens is going to stay alive, though, and this attack is over. But Jack has reset his opponent a little bit, and he knows what he's going to be bringing to bear. Bring me to bear, says the Amaranth. Hubsea point that I was making is just that he was basically still StarCraft 2 pilled in terms of walling, and he thought that if you didn't have a couple of units here and there, I don't like this burrow position at all, if you didn't have a complete airtight wall, then it wasn't good. But in Cosmonarchy, it's still pretty good, just to frustrate the pathing a little bit. It's not as buttery smooth as StarCraft 2, and in my opinion, that's a good thing, but everybody's entitled to their opinion. This Cantavis could end up being overwhelmed if there's a little bit more micro on the side of Jack, but instead, not quite going to be able to. Now, the Lakers have repositioned, and, well, the Cantavis once again boldly goes where few Cantavis will ever go. No static defense over here. Hydrothen in the natural. Hold on. Neblime could really frustrate the plan of Jack, especially if he continues to move around, but we'll see. It looks like right now he's just going to allow the Zerg to push him around a little bit. Doesn't want to lose the units too much if he can help it. There's some big spines, but going after the Cantavis, not really able to finish the job. Oh, another thing about the Brood Spawn, they stay alive if they're nearby Azorius and some of the other units that make them. That is going to be a good kill secured on the Cantavis. Avaleth returning home. Third base on the way. Yeah, it looks like Jack is in a really good spot compared to some of the other games, but we've said that before, and he still ended up dropping Game 1, which he was advantaged with the Contain, and Game 3, which he was definitely advantaged more in the macro game. But the Hydrothen is a much earlier. We'll see if he makes a lot of those. In fact, I feel like this is the only time I've even seen him make the Hydrothen in the whole series, so I'm very elated to see if he can do something there. It's going to be Auroras and a third Stargate. That's really interesting. He's got a Bulwark and a Warden over here to try to deal with any Lakers drops, which is pretty cute, but can obviously be dealt with. Ooh, that's pretty bad. Only one worker goes down, though. Not the end of the world. He doesn't have any ground units he can use to scout that out. I guess he's going to use the Scribe for it, but it just dies immediately, right? So really got to watch out for that. Okay, he doesn't end up losing any others. And his ground army is going to move up to 12 o'clock to try to disrupt the mining on this base. So that is going to force Jack to focus on that and keep the Aurora stack very much a secret for now. Neblime really likes to make a ton of air units and then wait until the last possible second to use them. As soon as they're scouted, that's when he attacks with them. He wants to give his opponent as little advance notice as possible and have the most powerful army as possible. I'm sure there's some break point where he has enough of them and he feels like he can move out. without the opponent scouting them. But that breakpoint is unusually high, I think. Maybe it will be arrived soon, though, because if you think about it, these Auroras might be necessary for defense. He does have a Witness coming, so he can deal with the forward lake is. And these Zoryas are actually dying a lot faster than I think Jack realizes. Kind of dangerous position here for our Zerg. He does have Hydra starting to come in. They're a much more formidable force versus this Gateway and Grand Library army that Nebelheim has accrued. But with the Prostration stage coming and 14 Auroras and counting, this feels like it's just a matter of time before our Protoss player flips the switch and decides to make his moves. The Ovaleth is being heckled by a Matrix. Jack has not decided to pull it away just yet. Surely he will notice at some point. And here we go. The Auroras arrive, and they are going to focus down those Hydras before they can really do much of anything. They were actually turning into Bactylisks on the front line. And with the Witness here, he can actually see and pop all the Lakes. He kept that a secret as well. That is catastrophic for our Zerg player. I've seen Nebelheim do this exact move with Exemplars to top Ramen in PvT. He would just pop all his phalanx with air units in a sudden switch, and Ramen didn't scout it in time. Now, this is weird because Jack scouted the first Stargate. He knew this was a possibility, but he just doesn't have what he needs now. And the Auroras can sit here and fight those Hydras if they want to, but instead, they're going to move straight in and start attacking some of these bases at 12 o'clock. I don't know if even the Nathracors can deal with this. I don't think they can, actually. Especially when that attack speed boost comes in from the Auroras sacrificing themselves. Phenomenal work here that Nebelheim has been able to achieve. The pocket strat. We got more Auroras coming on in as well. A lot of them will be dealt with, but... or at least softened up a little bit. But yeah, the Larvosks are going to go down. Oh, this is catastrophic right now. It's funny, he's got the ski back, but he's not making Skithracors. Instead, he is just trying to go after him with Nathracors, and it's kind of working. He is softening up the Auroras, but it's very expensive. Now with all the Spraiths made, I think Jack is safe, but if he can't break him right here, right now, Nebelheim will be in a very winning position. He's got his third base being set up. He's got units on that spot as well. He can counter-surround the Zerg, which is not something you should ever be saying, and he's got Storms for days if he needs them. The Exemplar doing some splash damage there as well. Going to help a lot versus these Quas. And the Cantavus even gets bodyguarded back to where the Exemplars are, and he can storm again. That one Amaranth staying alive for ages as well has already taken so much damage, but the Shield Steel passive is working wonders, and the Exemplars are shredding the ground army. The Storm helping out as well. Sacrificial battle workers are fine for Nebelheim to lose. We've got a lot of Hydras coming, but not a lot else. Tier 2 on the way. It's going to be a long while before Jack Jelensky can actuate any of that. The Witness over at 12 o'clock sees just how unsaturated the space is, really. And we do have a second Prostration stage on the way with the first Pariah joining the fray. Oh no, he's already got one. Did it get much action? Oh, it got 15 kills. I think it got a lot of action. Six Nathracors on the way. Maybe they can get a little bit of cheeky kills on the Exemplars. As long as the Pariahs are nearby, though, that really isn't going to happen. Splash damage is too strong there. Nathracors are too squishy. The Outer Iris completes. Fourth base on the way for Jack. Maybe a fifth base in the cards at that 3 o'clock position. His army pokes in to see if there's another base for Nebelheim, but nope. He's only on 3 bases, and this one isn't well saturated yet. So our players have relative economic parity, despite the fact that we've got more workers for the Protoss. But that will change as soon as the space gets up and running fully. Especially if the Zerg army can't hold off the attack to either the natural or the... well, we don't even need the Zerg army to hold off that attack. We need them to come over here and stop the workers from being massacred by a single Amaranth and a single Zealot. Absolutely outrageous how much damage Nebelheim can make with so few units. No response there from Jack to pull the workers, which he absolutely needed to do in that situation. But at the very least, he is Zerg. He can make a lot of workers very quickly, but is he going to be able to make enough army to deal with what his opponent has? Another Xenolith on the way in that spot. We know Nebelheim likes it. making a ton of units out of his Stargates and his Prostration stages. His Grand Library and Gateway are still churning out some tanky guys. The DPS is all in the air, and all, of course, from the Pariahs. It's a kind of clever application. We haven't really seen Auroras being used en masse, and having them be a sort of like air-based frontline for the Exemplars is a really cool strat. The Pariahs help out quite a bit versus Naths. And now, only now is Tier 2 starting to come online for Jack. It's really rough for him. It's going to be a long time before he can really do much in this position, and he's lost his main army. His main standing force at the the fourth base, now going to be crushed. 10 or so workers going to be cleaned up as well. And there's just no saving that whatsoever. He's got a paltry defense over here with 6 Hydras and some Static V, but that is not going to do anything to what we see here. And the Scribe even sent over to top left. Nebline wants to take this position for himself, either as outposts to block expanding, or he's going to go ahead and just build the Nexus there. Zarkava Core is coming online. He's giving a lot of respect to what Jack Yelensky has, but honestly it feels like he could just A-move him like an AI. Just, oh, I've killed this position. Time to send my attack wave to another position. Fourth base for Nebline on the way, after he stamps out the Zerg's fourth. He's going to come in and try to bisect the positions, really forcing Jack into an awkward spot. He confirms nothing over here at 3 o'clock. He already had a Zealot there, but his air army might decide to try to posture around this position, and, well, he does need to beware of the Zarkava Cores. They do deal splash damage, even to air units. The Pariahs are here to try to deal with them, though. And there is a Cantavis with this army that can hallucinate. That would make things even harder to deal with for Jack Yelensky. Even right now, the Pariahs being jumped on immediately by the Zarks, and they just deal so much damage to them. But the Exemplars are starting to fall. Oh, that could be a really big army there that Nebline would no longer have access to. He's lost a lot of his air force. But the ground army is still a problem, right? That one Zarkava Core finishing his meal and then moving away. There's more where that came from, but I don't know that it's enough. Yeah, unfortunately not quite able to save that wounded Zark, sacrificing 2 Aurora for it. I don't think that was intentional by Nebline, but it doesn't suck. Static defense erected at the bottom right just to hold it for now. Looks like that'll be his next base, if I had to guess. If I were a betting man. Having these Zarks get caught in the middle without being able to do any damage is a little bit rough. Softens them up before the fight. Pariahs can do so much damage to them. Yeah, in fact, will do so much damage to them. Jack is kind of crazy for going for that fight. But they're still alive. Trying to retake this position with a Gosvaleth, but a Zealot is going to come in and try to ruin that plan. Very, very smart play from Nebline to just constantly be controlling all these spots. He's even shooing away the one Gosvaleth there at the 3 o'clock, while his own 9 o'clock base is very well saturated right now, thrumming for our Protoss player. He needs to make like a couple more Auroras. He's got 3 more on the way. His Exemplar is going to die, especially with those Naths cores coming in. That's a little bit of an unforced error. Nexus now on the way for the 5th base, and yeah, Nebline is definitely taking the slower approach to victory, but hard to say it's not worth it. He's going to confirm, get the kills. We've got a Vigorisk out, 10 of them on the way for Jack. Has he overbuilt that? That feels like way too many. And a Synthetic Synod is on the way. Is that all the way here in the main base? Yeah. This is a nightmare to try to navigate, but we are going to see either Empresses or Demiurges. I guess analogs are a distant possibility, but wasn't even worth the time it took me to say that, in my opinion. Most people do not make those. Trying to deny this position as well. Right now, Nebline does feel the pressure to keep his army centralized. He doesn't want to get picked apart by a bigger Zerg army. Gave his opponent a lot of faith. Kagralisks are on the way, so we will see some Plague in action. The Potentate has arrived. They will be able to deal with this wounded Zark. No worries there. Eventually the Amaranth will die. Eventually. It took a long time. Oh, reinforcements have arrived. But it does look like this base is going to have to be canceled. Oh, he doesn't cancel it. A little bit of plague here, but it doesn't hurt too bad when it's on your own units. I mean, it does the same amount of damage, but in this particular case, it wasn't too bad. Double Demiurge. That's what these synthetic synods are making. He's only got pariahs for now. I don't see any big boys. It's just Ultra Cores, Vigrilisks, a couple of other small spatterings of different units right now for Jack. We are starting to see some of those geysers be capped as well. Very exciting. Random Zarkavicors in the middle of the map. No, don't allow them to be taken over. The Demiurge will subjugate them, and now they're Protoss. Oh, the Kagralisk's getting sniped by those Exemplars. That is not at all what I thought was going to happen there. Did he end up keeping the Zarks? I don't know. Oh, yes, he did. He's going to waypoint him in for it. A worker raid. That's beautiful. So when you have tyrannized units like this, they actually move faster towards enemies, but they do take more damage. Problem is, Drolets can't exactly fight back, so see ya. The army already trying to cycle back, but really he just needs some Hydras up there or something. He can pop them that way. Auroras are once again where Nebulum is elected to go. He wants to go for something a little bit more mobile than Exemplars. And his Gateway army over here. Oh, the Pylon getting sniped. Not something we had on our bingo card. Who makes pylons anymore? But a Demiurge arrives, and it will turn those Ultra Cores over when they do inevitably fall. The Vigrilisks definitely take some time to get anywhere with their movement speed. Thankfully, that extra damage that you take when you're a controlled unit like this, with the Demiurge case, it's definitely pretty good at, you know, short-circuiting for Jack Jelensky's case, the Ultra Cores. But look at this army coming in from the back end. And there was nothing there on the front line. The Vigrilisks can help, but they were busy trying to deal with those gateways. And Exemplars coming in from the top rope as well. I mean, is there anything left here for Jack? He's got more Ultra Cores coming, but that's about it. Nebulum has so much money in the bank. Even gets his his fallen Zarkavicor. He's got a bunch of Zerg units that he's stolen. Scribe's still in this position. This area did end up getting cleared. The proxy wardens and such did not end up finding too much value. And Nebulum actually burrows his Ultra Cores just so that he can go ahead and start regenerating their life a little bit. So that's pretty sick. A master of mechanics. Nebulum understands the game in a way few do. There you go. Unburrow. Go get him, Tiger. GG has to be called in the face of so many stolen Ultra Cores, and Nebulum will take the 4th game. A flawless set from him. I don't know if we missed some games where Jack did better or even won, but really, really nice showcase of Battle Spectre and some pretty cool ideas in PvZ for Nebulum to explore. Of course, Jack Jelensky is not our top Zerg player, but pretty good nonetheless. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's a wrap on our first series. We're about an hour and a half in. I think we can do maybe one more match here, at least, before I switch into doing some development. But I hope you guys have been enjoying the casts. As a reminder, you can go to streamlabs.com/pronego if you want to help support the stream, get us closer to our daily goal. I'm not expecting to hit that daily goal all the time, but you set bars and you see how you do. Oh, we actually have a replay from a lower level game, Smarty Cakes versus Vilius LTU, who I assume is from Lithuania with that tag. But I think we'll probably take a look at that match because I want to see how Vilius plays. I always like casting games from new players who are just starting out or kind of newer to the game in general. I want to see what their level is. I haven't given this lad a class yet, so it's going to be good to do that. So I'll go ahead and prepare the overlay while we check out chat. How you guys doing today? See, Jujic has joined us. Hit 'em Up has joined us. I agree with Hit 'em Up saying 40 potato throwers. That's definitely true. The Protathalors would have been a great choice. Kasuga was in here earlier. How you doing, Kasuga? We got Rainaril here. Just got done at the gym. GG's. Nice job doing the gym. In the background, by the way, I'm also talking with some more StarCraft 1 pros to see if they want to join us in Cosmonarchy for a show match later on. Should be a good time. I'm going to quickly figure out what... okay, it looks like this is a... Oh, interesting. Okay, so this is a TVZ. That's not what I expected. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here right now talking about Cosmonarchy and talking about a new player to grace our screens alongside an old stalwart Smarty Cakes, who is our... I have no idea what this color is, dude. Is this tomato? Bronze. Bronze Zerg in the bottom right. You heard it here first. Vilius is our new guy. He is our green Terran in the top left. Or is this... I'm going to say dark green, but it was actually green. I should have trusted my instincts. Let me be your example. So, right about now, Smarty Cakes is going to be showing us some Zerg shenanigans. He's got a lot of gas in the bank. Is he going to Zorkis rush him? Is that what we're seeing here? No, it's just a Kagran. A very late Larvosk. He's just playing lackadaisically. Vilius, on the other hand, is going to be coming down here with his Stockade. I assume because he has LTU suffixed to his name, appended to his name, he is going to be from Lithuania, our second Lithuanian, if that is the case, because Krankendow is our first. That I'm aware of. There might be some secret Lithuanian player who's just never identified themselves. But he's a fairly active chap. He got active towards the end of Acropolis 3, and I didn't get a chance to watch any of his games before my vacation. But now that I am back from my vacation, I am looking forward to seeing a little bit more of not just him, but many other players. We got a lot of replays to get through. This is going to be the last one we cast today, but we are casting them live now. So if this is an epic match that gets uploaded to my YouTube channel, definitely check out the live streams, twitch.tv/Pronago, youtube.com/live/Pronago. I can't remember the live link for YouTube. It doesn't matter. Just subscribe and then you'll be notified. Easy. Maverick stims in. This is going to cause a little bit of trouble for Smarty. Vilius already more than happy to be a little bit aggressive. He is floating a decent amount of minerals, I'm noticing. But maybe he's just waiting for a ministry. That's entirely possible. Continuing to heckle. He's done double stockade. Yeah, and he will eventually be overwhelmed by a pair of Rilla Rokors as he looks back at his Bane base and starts to spend some of his hard-earned cash. He sent another Mason to make the ministry, so this guy is just going to be, like, slacking, not really doing much. Pool finally coming for Smarty. And we do have 3 Mavericks moving out. Double Kagran at the ramp. I think with the Mavericks arriving when they arrive, they can't actually kill both Kagrans before they turn into a Circuth, but they can deal with the one Rilla Rokor and just stim past. Let's see what he does. He needs to stim. Yeah, he's just going to ignore them. You can see the Drollots coming in and try to put some damage out, but another stim, and Should be good to go to get a lot of worker harassment done here. Okay, micro so far from Smarty to try to pressure him. And, of course, these two Mavericks are just dead in the water by those circuits. A little bit of room here. If Vilius wanted to do a bit more, he could have maybe stimmed them as they were moving across the map to try to abuse the timing. But the important detail right now is that he's still at large in the base, denying mining time, forcing larva to be made to be spent on units that are not actually that useful. And eventually, even with the Mavericks gone, it's still a pretty good spot for Vilius. The problem is he has not macroed behind this whatsoever, right? So, oh my god. He's got 4 workers on this geyser. You only need 3. And most people would say you only need 2. The 3rd worker is not as efficient. Now this chap is going to go ahead and add a quarry. This will be the showcase of the new quarry rules. We'll be adding a little bit more changes to Terran after we get into the development section of this stream today. But suffice to say, when the quarry is added, it takes a lot longer than before. It's a bit more expensive than before. But all ministries and treasuries will be able to make taluses. So this is a tech node now, as opposed to a production structure. Starpad added for Vilius as well. Maybe a Trojan in the mix. He could definitely drop. I feel like he needs way more units and definitely needs way more workers. His worker production is abysmal. Should be way ahead of his current position right now, I feel like. Definitely in the mid-20s by now. But such is life. So he makes the quarry, but he doesn't make any taluses with it yet. So we'll see if that changes at any point. Kind of funny if you build the quarry and then you don't use it. But you know how it goes. A lot of Harakans being made. I smell an Ahmed drop. Oh my god, he's only got 7 workers mining minerals in the main base. Shocking stuff. Definitely needs more than that. Now, Near Impact is a map where you can see the new treasury model in the Fog of War there, actually. But it is a map where you have, these island bases that you can send advanced workers to. So I can understand quarry strats there, but I don't know if Vilius knows what we know. He's definitely a little bit lackadaisical. Expansion coming from Smarty. Smarty is gaming very passively. You can see his money right now is not what it ought to be, but that's okay. Oh my. Oh me, oh my. I am a goober. Lads, let's go ahead and pause right here because this was played on an older version despite them playing this match earlier today. They did not play on the version with the quarry changes, so I really goobered that one up. I'm going to go ahead and rectify that now. Goober time. They're basically playing it on the old patch, so that's a goober moment. We're going to go ahead and fast forward to about 5.5 minutes and see what's different. I was like, why is the guy that got no money, no units? What's going on here? As it turns out, he built a quarry in a different spot first. Yeah, okay. That is 3. Oh, thanks, Jujic. You sent us some 3. You sent us some 3 at this time in this place. I can't believe it. In fact, I choose not to believe it. But thank you, sir. All right, lads. Here we are, back in it for real this time, and you can see Vilius is still rocking the old quarry. Fraud alert. This is an old treasury. It's not for real. We got pranked, but this is back when he was just finishing up his star pad. He's got his quarries making taluses. He's got way more workers than before. This is a much better look for him. Smarty hasn't yet put down his expansion, but does have a macro hatch. He's adding probably what is going to be a 3rd Larvosk. Has his Hydroth up. We'll see what else he wants to make. He's adding some Hydras. And there's his expansion coming down. A lot more sensible of a situation there. So apologies for not checking the version. That is on me. I tell the players to submit the version. They did submit the version. I just didn't look at it. I just assumed they played it today. It's on today's game. I'll never assume that again. Vestry on the way. Going to add some clerics. So to give you guys the down low on what's going to change for Terran, when you make 1 vestry in the future, all stockades will be able to make clerics and shamans. And when you make 1 quarry, all ministries and treasuries will be able to make taluses. That's how it's going to work. Ah, I didn't want that. I wanted an anchor. Okay. Well, he's definitely keeping his money lower than I thought, and he's definitely got way more workers than I thought, so I retract my statement for telling him that his worker production is abysmal. That's just me being a goober. I goobered. Atlas on the way now. Tier 2 coming very quickly as well for Vilius. And his Trojan is full of 4 Harakans and 4 Mavericks, but there are static defenses in place here for Smarty. He's adding his Zorkish Shroud. This is with the lower movement speed of the Lakis, so don't expect phenomenal things out of the Lakizalisk. But they can still do a lot of damage. We saw that even in the Jack Nebleim series. He's thinking about it. He's like, I'll go over here. But that's where the army is. You're giving him too much time to respond. Well, Smarty wants to lose all of his workers, apparently. He's just going to go ahead and drill onto it. Trojan's going to get out of dodge. The Mavericks and Harakans stim. They're kind of going after the wrong targets, though. The drill's actually working out really well. And I think that's Vilius not really microing too much there. Just let them do their thing. So a lot less workers died than probably should have when Smarty makes that move. But a calculated risk, I guess. We'll see how that changes up over time. Seeing somebody make an Atlas with a Talos is so nostalgic because it reminds me of when the Talos increased the building speed so you made structures faster. Man, that was silly. It was way worse with Artisans, but still silly. Cestus, Anchor floated over. Honestly, there's not so many units here for Vilius. Hopefully his Harakans can stay alive long enough. I guess the one Anchor with Cyprians is zoning Smarty out aura-wise, but it's not like the Cestus finishes, but it doesn't actually shield the Anchor. It's not very good. Captaincy's on the way. With Tier 2 done, we're going to see some extra bio units hit the deck. Okay, I think we're going to see a lot of Bactylisks, guys. That's how Smarty likes to play Zerg. That's how he beat Mendacity, is Bactylisks. Lots of Bactylisks. Third base on the way for our Zerg player, although he doesn't have the money to do it yet. Vilius has a lot of minerals. He could throw down way more stuff. Maybe he's just going to go straight for Tier 3 on 2 bases. I don't know. Wraiths are revealed, but they do deny the Quad Scout, so there's no idea if this 11 o'clock base is actually taken or not. Looks like a 4th base is going to be earmarked here for Smarty. He confirms nothing at 9. 4 guild halls. In the future, you'll only need 1. Don't say that, Jujic. I am not going to give them an attack again. I guess the reason why they were removed is because you could rush them so fast, and now you can't rush them as much, so maybe it would be fine. But nonsense. Nonsense. They might get an anti-air attack. We'll see. I just imagine Taloses with an anti-air attack running in to attack all of the artisans or Gosvaleths or whatever. the air workers of the other races. That would be really funny. A lot of Hydras, but not a lot of Bactyls just yet. If those were all Bactyls, I would just say that Smarty's going to get owned. Or Smarty's going to own. But now instead, I think Smarty's going to get owned. Look, we've got Olympians. They're on top of the mountain with their mountain gun. Beware. I guess there's not so many of them right now, and the Harakans aren't with the army, but you can still see they are doing a ton of damage. If they focus fired, they'd be a little bit better. Bactylisks have arrived. Vilius definitely not microing his army as well as he could, but he is making 4 Olympians out of pop, so I feel like he'll be in a good spot pretty soon. Now, unfortunately, his 11 o'clock is under duress. His Hydras are... Yeah, Smarty's Hydras are definitely going to cause some problems, but they shouldn't be able to kill the Ministry. They actually have to get out of dodge before the counter push comes in. So much Vespene for Smarty, clearly saving up for Tier 2. We'll see when he decides to make it. His Droleth is going around the world in 80 days. Oh, and then he loses all of his minerals-making workers, and so he can't afford his Tier 2 tech node. How sad. More Bactyls. Nearly tier 3 territory, gas-wise, for Vilius. How long until Smarty notices? How long until he remakes his tier 2? Reorders it, I should say. There it is. When people put sentinels in these positions, I do wonder if they think they can attack air units. That's another thing that they used to be able to do, but Vilius was not playing back then. That was like 3 years ago. Well saturated, 4th base. Cestus and Anchor pushing forward. We got a lot of Olympians now, but there's so many Bactyls. I mean, Olympians have pretty good armor, so it's pretty difficult for the Bactylisks to do a lot of damage to them. I guess if you have enough Shamans, it can help. It just feels like this army has no engage. They kind of just need to be able to pull up. But if you had phalanxes, you can force fights. If you had some other kind of long-range artillery, or some way to more aggressively push forward. But Terran does lack that in general. That's kind of an iconic aspect of their race. In team games, you pair that with a Zorius, you pair that with some vassals or something, and the Terran player just snipes his allies' vassals to get speed boost. That's pretty good. Oh my god. That's the engage. I didn't think of that before. Pythian. Advanced transport with 40 transport space. Now, it's worth pointing out that Olympians are only 2 transport space, which means you can put 20 Olympians in 1 Pythian. And wouldn't you know it, Vilius has 20 Olympians. I love that. Well, there's a pretty big army there. And tier 3 is started for Smarty. If he can hold this attack off, that's one thing. But what's the Pythian going to do? Okay, it looks like it's going to link up with the army, but the army is busy attacking. I don't know if this is the right move. We do have some reclamation fields coming out, thanks to the Auroras. Oh, if Smarty bungles this attack, he could actually get overrun. Vilius now going to be sort of surrounded. It's like a semicircle. A little bit of healing here with the deployed Shaman and a couple of Clerics, but the Olympians are going to start to lose a lot of their HP. The Reclamation trying to turn some of the front line against it. It's a tight one, but I think Smarty might be able to overwhelm. He does have another set of reinforcements coming in as well. 13 Zorius just got queued up, dude. Well, never mind. I mean, the Olympians are really strong. The Pythian is in position, but it's got no units in it. And now we know for sure Vilius he doesn't macro very well in a position like this. He's busy trying to win the game, but he's got 4k minerals and 2k gas. Drop tier 3, buddy. He's got a Trojan on one side, a Pythian on the other. He's spiritually dropping his opponent. Bactylisk's overwhelming the Autocrat. That wasn't on my bingo card. But it makes sense. We still don't actually have any tier 2 units out for Smarty, by the way. He didn't make a single tier 2 unit. And he also made tier 3. So just wrap your head around that one. Bit of a split attack here. Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious. Who changed the Zorius into a Convolutk? Axtoth Axis on the way for Smarty. Gesketh Grotto as well. He's gone straight for the tier 3 goodies. He has lost a base and a pretty big amount of army. Vilius has put down tier 3 and he's slowly filling up his Olympians. There you go. Or his Pythians, I should say. With Olympians and Autocrats. That would be a pretty deadly drop to just unload over here or something. Oh, look, he stole a worker. Make hatch. He sends the roll course up here to kill that base. That's beautiful. This is Vilius' debut game, and he's already using Zerg here. Oh my god! He's doom dropping! I can't believe it. What a Chad move, dude. I've got my Pythian, and it's got a whole boatload of Olympians in it. There's a dead one. I mean, the Bactals are here. As long as they don't die, I think this army is fine because the tier 3 units are hatching, right? It takes a lot more effort to kill things like Mortophocores and especially Excitralisks. There's the second unload. If they had synced up together, that would have been really scary. As it is, though, it doesn't really look like it's going to be enough. He's sending in another round of units, including those stolen Zoryus. It doesn't really look like he can get too many focus kills. He's dealt with all the Mortophocores, so there isn't really any front line left. We got Cascathalors on the way, though. One of them's already out. That's going to be really hard for anybody to deal with. Yeah. See you later, buddy. All right. What does he have at home? He's adding Iron Foundries. That could be really big. We don't see any diadems. I feel like you need a diadem or two in this position to not get overwhelmed by all of the Zerg forces. And even then, you might still get overwhelmed. It's going to be a while before these tier 3 structures finish. And Vilius has no other military units coming out. His spending has definitely been a little bit off this game. I'll tell you what I'm thinking right now as the tier 3 army from Smarty starts to march across the map. I feel like I need a little bit more sample size from Vilius before I can specifically decide if he's class 3 or class 4. Because this kind of looks like a class 3 game in some ways, but then I see how much money he floats, and his micro obviously could use some work as well, his awareness, his composition stuff. So I'm not comfortable deciding yet. I think I need to see a little bit more from him, but an interesting match. He got to use Doom Drops with Pythians. That earns him some respect. If I was forced to make a decision, I'd give him class 3 just for that. But luckily, I make the rules. And so I say, we need more from Vilius before we can decide what class he is. But if he does better, if he keeps improving, absolutely. Oh, he wants to blow it up for a Wellbore. He still has 4 workers on that, by the way. No, he has 5 workers on that. Good grief. Oh, he also doesn't know you can just self-destruct it. You don't need to blow it up. Got paladins. I think what we really need to see is Vilius versus Grass Eater. Best of 7. Or maybe best of 9. Let's see if we can set that up, because that would be an entertaining set. So Severleths are out, Cascathalors are in. I mean, you got your Paladins, but it is not going to be enough, my friend. We must say goodbye to Vilius. He has been overwhelmed by Zerg here. His Iron Foundries on the front line, giving Nebelheim headaches. GG's. Smarty will take the game. Vilius will earn a little bit of respect for his play. We got to see Olympians and Autocrats be doom dropped, as well as some reclaimed Zerg. Green Eggs is happy right now. GG. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was a very exciting one. Hey, Jujik, if I see you're still in the chat, I need you to tell me if you intended the donation you sent through coffee to be for the stream. I mean, you just kind of left it open-ended in the message, but let me know if that's what you were aiming for. Because the stream tracker tracks Streamlabs stuff, but I can fill it in manually, if need be. Tier 3 unavoidable death is a big deal. Thank you, Bitty B. It looks pretty nice. I did it because of Counter-Strike casting, where I have to appear on camera a lot more, but now we're appearing on camera a bit more in this context as well. All right. I do need to take a break before I get started on the development section, but I'll give you guys a quick rundown of what I'm attempting to do, what I intend to do today. We are going to be working on resetting the add-on stuff for Terran so that their add-ons become global unlock structures, but they will require me to change costs and maybe stats of not just the add-ons, but also the units that are unlocked by those add-ons, and maybe some of the units that are unlocked or that are just default units from Naked Fulcrums and Naked Stockades and such. We'll go over all of that when we get back. But yeah, Phalanx and Madrigal, Eidolon and Savant, you only need one Palladium or one Covenant for those units. You only need one Scrapyard for Blackjack Matador, one Vestry for Cleric Shaman for all of your structures. So very different reality there. It kind of opens up the idea that the outposts like Starpad, Mantle, Apothecary could eventually have their own add-ons too if we wanted. Might be interesting to think about that, but we'll see. We will see. Anyway, that's all for me for the moment. I am going to go ahead and take that short break. Let's go to let's say about 10 minutes, and I'll be back then. Hey, what's going on, everybody? We are back. I am now sitting down, still adjusting the mic setup. Sorry about that. Oh, I see what the problem is. You guys need to be up a little bit more. You're on top of my monitor, which was on top of my cord. Anyway, we are about to get some progress made on some very, very exciting things. So let's do that. Oh yeah, this was supposed to be closed earlier. I was away doing a bunch of household things during that break. Let's go ahead and make sure that we are all set here. Indeed, we look to be. All right. So today we are going to be working on making the Terran add-on changes. So what does that look like, you may be asking? Well, let's find out together. So we're going to go ahead and update our stream titles so that we have the proper titles so people know we're not casting games anymore, we're developing. Good thing you just got back to your computer so you can watch the epic. Yeah, that's pretty good, dude. Hey, we had some pretty good viewership on YouTube. 23 peak viewers towards the end of our antics there. Thanks for supporting the stream with your dollars in Jujik's case and your everything in everybody else's case. Your eyeballs. All right. I'm going to go ahead and say that we've updated our stuff there. Very nice. Okay, so let's take a look at the Terrans. Should probably minimize that now. Oh yeah, I can. Okay. So here's the list of things that we are going to be doing. Vestry. Let's see. This is probably a little bit too big. So these are going to be like really broad directions that I'm going to go into, and we're going to figure out like the specific stat changes that we're going to be doing. Yeah. I'll show you guys what I'm going to do for the buttons in a moment. First, we're going to write out our goals, and then I'm going to start. I'll implement first the stockade stuff. Chronologically, that makes the most sense. Okay, so I actually don't know if we need to change anything about the cleric. I think if it were more globally available, it probably wouldn't be OP, because it's a non-combat unit. The shaman, however, The vestry isn't a huge tax, but it is a 50 Vespine tax. But first of all, we're going to say make more expensive durable. I think we're probably going to do this for the resource costs for the Shaman, make it more Vespine intensive. It kind of polarizes the unit a little bit more so in that way. It's still really valuable, and you can get access to it more globally. There's a huge buff. We'll see if this changes much. But... oh, well, to show you what it looks like right now, this is what the stockade, for example, looks like. These two like weird icons that have the hybrids will turn into Cleric Shaman. These two spots will be Eidolon Savant, and Rally Point will be the submenu. So hopefully nobody was using the keyboard for Rally, since it's just a right click anyway, but and you have to have your mouse active in order to use it. You play whatever race you random. I guess I can show you guys the new UI changes. Got yellow for Protoss. Orange for Zerg. DF did that. That's pretty cool. Exactly. Okay, so I think this is probably what we're going to be doing here. Maybe we can go to the vestry and think about something more specific. Like, so we know that the Covenant is 5150. This is probably going to be like 5250 or 100-250. It's going to be really expensive. So we can probably write that in now. I don't know if 45 is going to be a global time. Like, the 45 is what I set the quarry to. Maybe it's like this. Like, the vestry is meant to be a bit cheaper, so I don't mind it being like so. Especially with the Shaman becoming more gas intensive. But 125 gas in the early game is a lot. What if we did this? Or even like this? I feel like I didn't update the resource costs. Yeah, I didn't update the costs of the quarry on the website, so it's my bad. 150, 100. Well, getting the Vespine instead of the minerals delays your expansion in a different way, so... Well, I don't know if you would see the Terran actually make the star pad or make an add-on instead of the star pad. I think the star pad is probably still better. This is a change that makes it a bit harder to, like, this change does make it a little bit harder to access those add-on units in the very early game, but makes it way easier to access them as your production scales up. So, as Green Eggs points out, it's a bit of a nerf in the early stages, but a buff in the mid and late game in a huge way. You got to remember this doesn't just apply to tier 1, it's also tier 2. Like Dog was already talking about how, like, Sundogs and Salamanders or like Azazel Seraph will be a lot easier to tech into. You only need to make one add-on. Your timings are all going to be different, but that's expected. For anti-air, I mean, Goliaths are available. In some cases, Cyclops are available, depending on what you want, right? Watchdogs are still a thing for defensive stuff. Yeah, I'm interested in seeing what the Terrans do with it, that's for sure. Okay, so let's go back to our big notepad here. So the Vestry has 2 armor and 500 health. I think we'll say 3 armor instead. We'll probably leave the health as it is. I think that's fine. All right. I think this is probably a good direction. It's expensive mineral-wise, not as Vespene-wise, but still 75 isn't nothing in the early game, right? This is a little bit more expensive than a single Shaman, so to put it into perspective for people. Add-on snipes are going to be pretty epic, that's for sure. Okay. So right now we're just going through the AI requirement code. This isn't going to be player focused at all. As Shambler often does. Yeah, I was thinking that, Shambler, about the casts. As we build up a more regular sort of viewer base, hopefully there's somebody who can take over some of the Gamba setup. But yeah, we'll see. Okay. I will certainly try to do it all myself, but it may be difficult sometimes. All right, it looks like it's pretty easy to just go ahead and do all of the stockade stuff in one swoop. We'll do that. So I think that should take care of that. Oh. We had a wild factional cleric entry. Why is that not up there with the... Why isn't that up here? All right, that's fine. Oh, I see. This is going to be kind of annoying, but that's okay. Shouldn't I also need these? I'm a little bit confused by that one. The button set code is a mess. Let's not mince words about it. Right, I think that should be everything we need. Okay. The cook blur. All right, see you later, Shambler. Yeah, thanks to Jujik. Jujik sent in the $50 dues. Big shout out to him. All right. I think we're good here with this change. I don't think there should be any other issues. Just changing up the order so that it's more sane. I don't know why it was ever not like that. Okay. So I know that there's some... I forget what the icons are. Let's see. Excuse me. I guess maybe there is no special ruling. Let's see. I should put some music on, so Mr. Man is not wrong. Mr. Godwin. We'll try that. I might change it later. Okay, so I think we're probably good here. I know what I'm going to need to do now is add more unit IDs that are just for the add-on submenus. Maybe I can get away with only making one submenu, having all of the add-ons in one submenu in the same spots, and just hiding the buttons depending on which unit it is. It's kind of jank that way, but then I don't have to make one unit ID for every single add-on submenu I make, which I think is way better. So let's go ahead and find the vestry. No, it's not actually in here. Maybe a Hadron is in here. Yeah. All right, so back up here. Okay. So the reason why we did this code here is so that it will only show for these units for this particular structure. We'll test that, and I guess we can just start assembling the submenu now. Oh, we do have to do this one thing, though. So let's go to Lyric. So this is actually already here, but we just need to delete the must-have add-on thing. It's probably true for the other case as well as the shaman. Okay. Okay, should be good there. Let's do... We bet on what changes I make. That was a good one. Oh yeah, it's just for add-ons themselves. All the units will be on the front page. I wouldn't want it any other way if I could help it. All right, let's see. So we did the requirements change. That's fine. Let's go to vestry. Okay, Eidolon is now going to be on slot 7. And Savant is going to be on slot 8. Oh. I was like, what the fuck? What's going on there? Alright, 5. Okay, so 6 is where the rally point one is. That's going to be our button set submenu. We're going to replace it with that. First, we need to actually make the button set submenu. Probably going to keep them on 7 and 8. That's what people are going to be used to. Okay. Blackjack Kangu. Phalanx is 7. 8. Okay. So now we've got that stuff handled. We can also go ahead and jump down to Fulcrum here and find... button set rules for that. I actually don't know if... I might have to do some other thing that just, like, defaults it to off or whatever. I don't know. I'll have to see. But... Beaver and Milestone. How you doing? Yeah, Milestone, we're going to do every weekday is the plan. And we're hoping to do about an hour and a half to 2 hours of commentary, like casting of matches. Some of those will turn into YouTube VODs. Like YouTube, I'll clip them and turn them into like YouTube content, like I used to upload all the time. And then hopefully we can do 2 to 3 hours of development. So that looks like minimum 3.5 hours, maximum 5 hours, and it really just depends on how well I can pace myself. So how much energy I still got. I should probably down a little bit. Sorry about that, guys. So yeah, for reference, we're about to hit the 3-hour mark soon in our stream. Ah, nope, not quite. I love when Arbuz pings preemptively and then gets immediate responses, and he's like, oh shit, I wasn't ready. Classic moves. Okay, so got our add-on submenus in, got our button set stuff wrangled for now on the slots, and that is such a whack. This file is messed up, man. Go ahead and build that. I don't think... Okay, so I haven't made the changes to the Covenant yet. Let's do that now. It's going to be 100 to 50, 40, 4 armor, and 700 health, probably. Okay. And... Okay. So we're going to do Eidolon. Say build. Really minor nerfs here for the build times. I don't think they'll be hugely impactful. I'm not going to change the Nidus Trinity Eidolon. I don't even really know how good people think it is right now, but it hasn't. Faction Wars doesn't get nearly as much play as Basic. The Scozy Apiary, yeah, dude, the real thing. I think what we need to do now is just define a unit ID for the button set stuff. Oh, I guess I actually need entries. I should define in here the entries that I'm using for the Ascozi stuff. It's 440. It won't be 443, but we can do something else with it. Okay. I don't know if we have these in an enum somewhere or something where it says... Button ID is submenu, yeah. I don't know why that's there. That's really weird. Three Crow really got me with that one. Ascosi art. I'm trying to think. I mean, I've got some placeholder stuff in. We'll be doing public development. If you want to play test with other donors, you'll have to donate at a certain tier. But we will be doing public Ascosi development, so you'll see what we got pretty soon. It won't be today, but there will be some stuff pretty soon. All right, stockade. Okay. So we forgot to actually hook up the button in place of the add-on submenu here, in place of the rally point. We're going to go ahead and hide the rally point for now. So this is 492, I think it was. Yep. I don't really know what we're going to do for the icon. I guess for now I'll use the custom icon we have of the Supreme turn building thing, and we'll just see what we can do from that later. So let's see what that looks like. And okay, well, the button does not show, which is probably something that I have to manually enforce. Well, hold on. Let me take a look at this. I don't remember what the second field does. I gotta go... Hopefully I can... If I can find some answer in Firegraph, that might help me. Right, it looks like whatever this is irrelevant. It's some kind of internal value. Yeah, this is just change displayed buttons. 1942. Sure. So we don't really care about that. We just need to manually, like, whitelist it or whatever. Oh, I see. I did this so that I could do the button set ID as faction select stuff, but... That's definitely a bit wordy. I haven't actually like actively thought about different workers making different structures in a while. Pardon the noise. The Ogun is going to transform. It's going to have a deployment. Smithy mode can't move, but it automatically repairs allied structures within 4 range. It'll probably also be like a tanky wall that gains armor or whatever, so... I'm hoping, anyway, that will work out. That's kind of like a wall, right? Oop, forgot to close the game. I guess if the Nidus was available from the word go, you would see it used more often. I don't actually know. Would Zerg be really OP with that? Maybe. Okay, let's take a look at the stockade. Okay, it is there, but we do not see our vestry or what have you. Which is weird, because we did try to whitelist it explicitly with vestry and covenant. And only hide it if it says is adding on, in air, has add-on. So why do we not have this? If it is adding on or it has the add-on, then this should the parent structure, then this is invisible. Although it doesn't really matter. I think we can probably just always have it be enabled, to be honest with you guys. And the reason I say that is because if the button set part here is hidden by the work that we just did further up, well, then we're good. Not really that big of a deal. I think Huracan is also an African reference. Olumo. That's cool. We're still not really sure why we're not. Let's when the button doesn't exist at all, it's a button sets issue. It means we're not doing something properly there. So the button set appears here, Terran add-ons. It changes the button display. Oh, I know why. It's because we have to define it in here. Excuse me. All right. I agree with you, Milestone. Good job by him. For sure. Hey, there we go. Beautiful. I don't have strings for the requirements, though, so that's a bit of a problem. Okay, beauteous. Wonderful. I mean, I could just make the Nidus a bit more expensive. It's already a bit expensive now. When you lose it, it is a lot of resources lost. I don't know. I think that would probably balance out. But I'll think a little bit more on it. I'm not going to knee-jerk implement it. It's a neat idea, though. I love when Visual Studio lags in the middle of me typing. And the immortal words of Deputy Dad. Fuck you, Visual Studio. Okay. We still have to swap out the method that we're calling here from all selected units have add-on to this. Okay. Beautiful. So I think that should be fine then. We should be good to go on that front. All right, let's do the strings. So we've got Shaman requiring the vestry.
Is that a fucking crow? Ah!
Thank you, Dip Suicide. Dip Unalive. Sorry, forgot what year it was. I was talking with my girlfriend about that earlier. Like, why are we self-censoring the word suicide? How am I supposed to cast Counter-Strike in Dust 2 without the word suicide? That's a call-out, dude. It's ridiculous. Anyway, welcome to the stream. Hope you enjoyed that unhinged rant at the start. Okay, we are going to be looking for the Shaman button. Here. Oh, Phase Cremator. Fuck yeah. Oh, I have no idea what number. Oh, I guess rally point was Y or something. So 7 that I guess. 1162 is our string for that. $14.32 for the Eidolon. Oh wait, yeah. Okay. That was weird. I don't know why I was like... Now we find the blackjack, which is 1451. $14.93. Okay. I think that should be good for the time being. Let's just go ahead and make sure that we are functional. And then at some point I'm going to have to update the AI scripts to support this kind of thing, of course. That's pretty expected. Let's just make sure. So... Cleric and Shaman require Vestry. Eidolon and Savant require Covenant. Makes sense. Oh, electric. Why don't we have the Madrigal and the Matador? Oh, it's just because I didn't set it to disabled instead of invisible. And I'm guessing the same is true for the Madrigal, wherever that is. Yep. Just a coincidence, the way that that was laid out. All right, to the surprise of nobody, I'm going to go ahead and fix the positioning of the phalanx so that it's next to the... it's above the Madrigal, which is where it should be. I think it's fine that I have the Goliath sectioned off over here, but it should be above Blackjack. And Cyclops should be above Goliath. Eventually we'll have to add Vulture handling here, because we're going to have Factional Vulture for the Hekaton guys. Alright, so yeah, now you can see we have got Eidolon and Savant, and we can make them out of here as well. Very cool, very epic. We've increased their time costs a little bit to reflect this. Okay. Yeah, CT is shopkeeper dog. Okay, so there you go. We have access to... Oh, that's kind of interesting. The Madrigal doesn't work. It does if you still have the play. I'm guessing I didn't... I don't think I even updated the requirements for the mech units yet, so that's why. All right, well, we know we're functioning. We have a test case where it works properly, so let's go ahead and activate the blackjacks and such again. Let's see. What? That was supposed to be here this whole time, so that's funny. But it doesn't really matter because the button set was also blocking players from accessing it that way. If you were a hacker, you could have technically done something silly where your add-on-less fulcrums could have made scrapyards and stuff. Okay, so that part is taken care of, but now we have to come up here for the... Oh, we did complete an add-on ID for everything for AI already, so we just haven't done it for players. Good, that makes my life a lot easier. Run into a bug. Hey, thank you, Art of Turtle. Hope you're doing well, man. Well, there you go. Shopkeeper Dog confirmed hacker. That's how he beat Nebulime and almost beat Ayud. Oh. Pretty neat, though. Glad that we've smashed it. Self-report. Yeah. I do think that, by the way, it's super cool that people are adopting the Cosmonarchy, like No Frauds Club server Discord tag. That's really awesome. We even had Ziki do that, so big shout out to him again. What a guy. It was beautiful. Okay. Let's see how we do. So we can indeed make Phalanx and Madrigal from a naked Fulcrum, which feels so weird. Oops. Other than Jack getting schwacked, Alexander, we had Vilius take on Smarty Cakes and almost win. Yeah, the Fulcrum queue is online. The Stockade queue is online. Beautiful. So let's take a look. Let's go back to game designer brain instead of game programmer brain. We're going to take a look at the Scrapyard Blackjack Matador. We're going to take a look at the Palladium Phalanx Madrigal. And then I guess we'll codify that we made these changes here. I believe the Covenant was 40 build time, or 25 build time, yeah. Looks like it. Okay. We've codified that in the patch notes. I'll go ahead and grab links. Add-ons. Oh yeah, I guess we should say... You are indeed correct there, Green Eggs. It's really amusing that the changes, since I'm going to do the Terran changes and push them to pre-release today, like by the end of the stream, hopefully they're live. It's really amusing to me, the idea that people are going to switch to Terran, and then I'll do Protoss, and people are going to switch to Protoss, and then I'll do Zerg, and people are going to switch to Zerg. And then, of course, the Escozi come out, and everybody switches to Escozi. That's just the way it works, you know what I mean, guys? You're right about that one, Jujic. You're right about that one. I can try to check it out at the end of the stream, 3Crow. Hey, what's going on, Miriam? Welcome. Today is going very nicely. We've already met our daily donation goal, courtesy of Jujic. Big shout out. Of course, we're always looking for more support, but y'all know how it goes. Somebody sees a full progress bar, they're like, great, I don't have to do it. It'll reset tomorrow, don't worry about it. Yeah, we're doing well. We managed to get about 2 hours of casting done. Now we're getting a good amount of development done. Just updating how Terran add-on tech works. I've already done the code stuff for Tier 1. Now I'm just doing some balancing for the Scrapyard and its units, and the Palladium and its units. And then I'll be moving on to Tier 2 stuff, and then finishing up with Tier 3 stuff. Looking forward to it, Alexander. Looking forward. I don't know if this is quite enough, but we'll try it. I'm orthodox. Beautiful. Well, at least Alexander refuses to play Protoss. I think that's worth something. That is the price of redemption. Is it really? I can't believe they only had 2 armor this whole time. It's wild to me. Oh, that's right. I forgot to indicate that the Eidolon and the Savant got some build time nerfs. I believe that's where we're at now. Refusing to play Protoss is a baseline TBA. I love you guys. No, Hupsea has not joined, but that's okay. I do like the I think it was 3Crow who said in the donator chat that we should have like a best of 7 between whoever wants to rejoin the server who rage quit. And I originally said like Newt versus the Night Fox, but it would be really funny Newt versus Hupsea or something. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, Shopkeeper Dog beat him, and that was it. It was GG from there. That's right. He didn't make an Uptecton. Noob alert. I hope he's doing well though. As much as I say noob alert. Well, he quit at the end. Oh. Actually, I don't remember. I think he did quit in the upper bracket, if I'm not mistaken. We can go find out together. Yeah, he quit here because then he was supposed to play Blade Hollow, but Hupsea rage quit, so he couldn't make it to his match since you have to be in the server for that. Yeah, Fox quit in the middle of battlements, but Hupsea quit after a series had ended. I think Fox's was worse, but they're both not so great. It always sucks to end a series by disqualification or whatever, you know what I mean? So the fact that Blade Hollow couldn't fight Hepsea is a bit unfortunate. I think it would have been a layup for Hepsea, but that's okay. All right. I know, dude. Imagine how much you could do. How much fun he would have fighting other pros. Honestly, I think I'm going to lean towards not changing anything about the Phalanx or the Madrigal. I could caution, out of an abundance of caution, I could bump their build time up by 2 seconds. I don't think it's even necessary, to be honest with you guys. I think this is it. These are pretty steep cost increases for the add-ons. I made the Blackjack cost less build time, or cost more build time than the Cyclops, so we'll see if that changes anything. But hey, what's going on, Adam? I hope you are doing well. Okay, so I think we're all wrapped up for the actual changes that we have made for the Tier 1 add-ons. So those are good to go, and they are functional. I would like to quickly take a look at the Terran AI to see where we add... I'm gonna need to probably update some of this global logic again. This is what I was after, though. This Q relative stuff. So I think that might be all we need to do for editing the build orders. Or not the build orders, the general attack stuff or whatever. I feel like we are in a good spot. I think we will go ahead and do a quick check. All right. So we've got 200 minerals, 300, 150 for the palladium, 30 and 45. Going to be a pretty steep one. 150, 75, 100, 250. I could see a world where I make the scrapyard only 150 minerals, but I don't know. It's pretty good value. Give every, like, it's obviously cost prohibitive in the early stages of the game, but that's about it. Definitely going to shake things up. SG, it's more muscle memory for Z and X because that's where they've always been. So that's why I left them on the bottom left. It's pretty easy to change that for me. Like, it's pretty easy for me to change that, but I think we'll probably leave them there for now. Okay, we've managed to get some pretty good progress on the tier 1 stuff. I do need to take a momentary break, which was unexpected. But I shouldn't be longer than just a brief period of time here. I'll be back as soon as I can. I'm not even going to put it to a break screen because I don't know exactly how long I'll be, but I'll try to get back as soon as possible. Probably less than 5 minutes, but we will find out. So when I come back, we are going to be taking a bit of a deep dive onto the tier 2 add-ons. Now that the tier 1 stuff is functional. We'll be looking at the Tinker's Tower Guild Hall, the Rotary and Commandment, and then at tier 3 we've got to do the Future Station, Biotic Bastion, and Hadron. So I will first do the technical stuff, and then I will do the balancing stuff for tier 2, and then technical, and then balancing for tier 3. So I will see you guys very soon. All right, I have returned, lads. We are back in action here. Thanks for your patience on that. I had to organize dinner. I was not expecting to do that, but that's all right. Yes, I have returned, just like the Dracodon. I think we're just going to handle the technical side of the changes because that's the most time-consuming stuff. Okay, wonderful. Yeah, the later tier stuff is a little bit easier because there's not as many factional things to account for. Not anymore. Alright, this is going to be a bit more annoying, but that's okay. We can deal with it. We're big boys and girls. Oh, I already did some of this stuff. Oh yeah, but I have to do this part. Dinarchy, yeah, exactly, Adam. I saw that CHK draft got a pretty big update. He posted it in the Discord server, so that was nice. It looks like pretty soon-ish we'll see him start working on the mod-related stuff. Alright, let's see. Easy. Okay. Let's take. All right, I feel like that should cover everything that we need here. I don't think there was anything else that we needed to do for setup at this point. I think we just got to go into the AI and fix them up at some point soon. But what do we got for this? Okay, so this is our add-on coverage thing there. Let's go to Captain's... Oh, Starport's right here. We'll do Starport first. Back when it was called the Munitions Bay. Gross. Okay. Let's go to button sets for this, and we'll add those. We're going to need to add strings for the units that are no longer involved here. Okay, so Sundog is 1459. Salamander is 1461. Seraph is... Oh, I see. It's a bit different than that, actually. It is 1459 and 61. And then Azazel is... $96. 1497 for the Luminary. Okay. All right, that should be everything that we need there. Okay. So for the siren, it's 1455. And then for the Olympian, 298. Nice. Okay, so that should be the buttons handled for that. Oh, we did not, in button sets, do something kind of like what we did with the vestry here. So we got to add this for the captaincy. Say for Terran Tinker's Tower and Terran Guild. Oh, I guess the Hadron will still stay on the command card for the Nanon Assembly, and it doesn't need a submenu, so that's fine. It doesn't have as many units that it makes. Jujic speaks the truth. Okay. We've done our button set work here for the captaincy and the starport, so now we got to move on to the... I did say I was going to do technicals for tier 2 separate from tier 3, like I do technicals and then balance, and then technicals and then balance. I'm just going to do the technicals in all in one go because it's a little bit easier for flow state there. So actually, the Iron Foundry is the last one we have to do button set treatment for, yeah, at all, because the Hadron is hooked up already, so that's fine. That's pretty awesome, honestly. That was a lot easier than I thought it might be. I didn't really know what to expect from it, but... 1457, 1458... So this is 1500 and 1501. I think that's everything. Okay. So the luminary is still showing, so that's improper. Let's find out now. Oh, I see. Kind of just bad coding for the first time around there. Okay, so we'll build that. But we also have to do, if we go back up all the way to the top here, we have to add in handling for this. So this has to be starport. I guess it would be captaincy. Then... and then Iron Foundry. All right, so what we've essentially done now is we've made it so that if they already have an add-on, you don't see the add-on button set option. I might decide to renege on that and say that you always see it. And then also, I just added in handling for Starport to have the button set, and now we have rotary and commandment. That's great. Let's see if we correctly... We're just going to blow up all the add-ons. Let me see, we have no Hippogriff or Hadron. No Hippogriff or Phobos. No Talos. Siren. Olympian. We already saw all this stuff, so this is fine. Sundog needs some more spacing in the string, apparently. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. But besides that, we've got rotary, Seraph. Oh, I see. So we probably also, if we go down to Anticathon, we did not set this one to disabled, so that's why that happens. Okay. So I have to test to make sure you can train all of the units next. So we're just going to redo what we just did. But so far, it looks pretty good. Yep, Anticathon and Aeon. Now we've got the Sundog with the correct offset. Okay, very nice. I do wonder about maybe a Ministry subset, button set thing for add-ons, but right now it's not really that big of a deal. It just looks a bit ugly that we've got 3 add-ons up here. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add the Commandment and the Rotary. I'm going to add the Future Station and the Bionic Bastion, the Guildhall and the Tinker's Tower, and the Hadron. And then I am going to preemptively... Okay, so then we have the Starport here. And we can indeed make all of these. Let's see. Yeah. Very nice. Cool. Seems like it's working. Very nice, very nice. A lot of Terrans, and I don't think you'll be surprised by this, dog, but a lot of Terrans that come from StarCraft 1 or even StarCraft 2 are like, where do I find Scanner? And I have to tell them, no, you have to scout the enemy with a unit instead of a global call down that bypasses all of the other rules. Noob. I don't add the noob part usually. That was flavorful.
We've got Zerg here.
PR0 Nog Stormgate.
Thanks, Lucy. I appreciate your Prime sub. Thank you for your continued support, my good sir. And for stormgating me. What a goober. What a goober time. I will not verbally react to this, Lucy. I like the idea that the scanner sweep is like a directed energy pulse that detects at an area within a certain radius of the scanner, and also does EMP or something. I don't know. That would be really weird, though. I'm sure I can come up with something if I had to. Somebody donated $10,000 right now to try to get me to implement ComSat. I would figure out a way, but that's not in the current plans. All right. So if we're going to go ahead and take a look at the Tinker's Tower and the Guild Hall. So the Tinker's Tower enables sirens and strigas. We're going to say... Honestly, its HP is pretty good. Its armor is okay. We'll probably leave that as it is. We'll say it's build time now 40 instead of 25. Maybe something like this for resource cost. Maybe 45. It is it's like an expansive one. And then Guild Hall is... to train scanner sweeps at the star pad. And it'd give this weird shield effect. Green Eggs is so good. Yeah, some kind of vision mine would be pretty neat. They probably wouldn't have actual, like, true sight the same way. Like, they wouldn't be detectors or whatever, right? But still, that's pretty good. Dude, we got so many people with the Cosmonarchy badge on Discord. Shout out to all you Cosmonarchs. Keep repping. Please and thank you. Now we just need to convert some people who don't have it yet. You know what I mean? Damn. All right. 200 is already pretty steep for an add-on, but this is supposed to be like Giga Epic, man. I don't think the autocrat really needs a change right now, but I'm open to being wrong. Just slight bumps to the resource cost of the Siren and the Striga. And a couple of small buffs to the Madcap and the Heracles. And also I buffed the Olympian just a little bit, but also dropped its build time, or increased its build time by a bit. So. Oh, that's for Siren. The Heracles might have already received this HP buff, to be honest with you guys. I don't really remember. No, doesn't look like it. To be honest, the Heracles probably needs to be even tankier than it will be after this update, but we'll see how they get used. I might decide to make that change even if they're already looking strong, because that more so fits the vision of the unit. If I need to change something else about it, I can do that pretty easily. So what we're going to do now is we're going to document the baseline movement speeds of the Madcap and the Olympian. So here's the Madcap, it's 4.398. I'm just going to round that to 4.4 for the patch notes. Let's go 4.4. Let's see what they look like with that change in. And then I'm going to jump over here. I think we've synced all of the changes. We've written all of the changes, rather, for all of this stuff. For the captaincy add-ons and the captaincy units. And I believe we've also done all of those changes now. So let's just test out the... Oh, I did not hit the save button on the unit stat. So then it becomes 4.8. Yeah, I think that's probably fine. Let's do... So we're documenting this as 4.8. I might end up going back on that and just giving them more durability, guys. It really depends on what it looks like when it's being played at, but... Alright. We'll check out the Rotary, Commandment, and Hadron all in one swoop, and then we'll swing back over to the Iron Foundry. Oops, not for Salamander. I'm probably not going to change the Azazel at all. So these are pretty steep cost increases, of course, but that is kind of what you would expect. I don't know that I'll have it ready for this update I'm going to push at the end of this stream, but I am intending... to adjust the Phobos and the Hippogriff at some point. I do feel like they have heavily fallen out of favor. So I'm probably gonna save that adjustment for later, and we're just gonna see how that works out. But Seraph. Okay. Oh, boss. Hell yeah, brother. Ultra made Phobos's earlier, I'm pretty sure, during a stream he did. Oh, Dog, how did those Ultra games go? Did Ultra feel like he learned something?
This individual is a fraud.
Worker meta when.
Thank you, Hit 'em Up, for being a fraud. I appreciate you, sir. I think the worker meta is coming for Terran because Taloses are available from all ministries and treasuries as soon as you build one quarry. But we shall see. We shall see. It doesn't feel like the Guild Hall is exactly that, but I guess it is. Thanks, Alex. My girlfriend did it while I was on vacation. They're chipping pretty bad. Well, maybe not that bad. My thumb is pretty bad, but they're chipping. They'll wash away at some point. Yeah, that Talus change is on pre-release currently if people want to play around with it before I'm done with this update. Oh, I guess it's no surprise you went Protoss on him. That's just cruel. If he's cool with you posting them, those would be cool games to play, to cast at some point. Unless you think they're not very good games, which is also fair. You're right, Jujik. You're right. Sure, yeah. Appreciate that. Okay, so I think we've got a pretty comprehensive list of changes here that we would want to make. That's fine. Let me check the commandment armor real quick. It's only 2. Oh yeah, I don't think I've changed the HP values yet. I think rotary will be like 900 HP. And then commandment will be... I kind of want the commandment to also be 3 armor, even though you'd think it would be 4, because it's like the more advanced one. That instead... Yeah, I think because it's the first time I've ever had painted nails, she was just like, this will be fine. It still surprises me every time I look at it. I think we're going to skip changing the units for those, for all of this right now, actually. We're just going to be doing the add-on work. We will revisit the units themselves a little bit later. Okay, I think that's probably fine. Oh, that was actually 30. At some point, I will also be adjusting the Claymore and probably the Aeon. Oh, before the, I was talking about the Hadron changes for like the Hippogriff and the Phobos. The Claymore and the Aeon are probably the only units that I would realistically change. I'm probably going to do a pass on the Paladin, Cuirass, and Pazuzu, but I don't know how soon I'll do those. That's not really within the scope of the add-on changes per se. The add-on changes are just like what units are definitely going to need some attention after being able to be built by any structure. And we don't really know the answer to that question in Tier 3. But in Tier 2, you know, I had some pretty good opinions, like pretty strong opinions on stuff like this for the captaincy. For the starport, I increased the time cost of the Sundog by 2 seconds. You know, it's not really that big of a deal, right? Everything else I've left kind of as is. I don't... maybe the Azazel could be cheaper or something, but... yeah, like 2 seconds cheaper. But yeah, it wouldn't be later this stream. It would be another stream. I don't know if I clarified that enough. Smells like the food's arrived. Good time for me to take my leave shortly. But, there's a couple of other changes that I need to make on the website to sync these up. We go to Heracles, set its HP to 200. The Olympia now has a 25-second time cost. I don't think I changed the autocrat at all, right? I did not. Siren and Striga resource costs were changed, though, so let's go to Striga. Now 150. Let's go to Siren. Now 125. Let's go to... Guildhall. Got 200, 200, 200, 400. Is that a minute? It's 50 seconds. Emperor's Tower is... looks like I decided its statistics were fine, its vitals were fine. I think that's accurate. I'm going to say 40 seconds for the tower instead of 45. Oh, I didn't even sync these changes. Check that. All right. Looks like I bumped the HP to 900 and I didn't note that. The armor also, it's on 3. I guess that's something that wasn't the case earlier. All right, I think we are good to go on those fronts. I think I've synced the changes properly. I think Sundog still needs 32, and Azazel needs... Oh, Azazel's set to 30 already. Probably never got updated when I changed it in the stats anyway. Okay. Oh yeah, I can delete these. And I think that's about it. Our first stream has just about gotten up to the 5-hour mark. We made our $50 for the day. I can call this a great success. I don't predict that it'll be so easy to make $50 every day. Shout out to Jujic for that one. I'm expecting we're gonna, be less more some days, less some other days. I guess technically we made like 5 extra bucks because of the 2 subs we got today. One of them was a Prime, and the other one was a full one from Hit 'em Up, Prime from Lucy. I don't actually remember. Maybe Primes are less than 250. But regardless, we made some extra cash on top. Wonderful. We love that. Let's go ahead and push our changes to pre-release and see what our homies think. Seems like all of the changes were vetted and tested. I'm not worried about anything there. Checked all the strings, checked all of the... Ooh. Well, I'm going to have to go ahead and get reset hard and then get checkout main. That's a bit of a goober move by me. Tomorrow, we'll be working on some Protoss stuff, assuming I don't have to do too much follow-up. If I have to do like a lot of Terran follow-up or something, then maybe I won't be able to... I think Protoss is probably going to check... It's probably going to take a little bit longer anyway, to be honest with you guys. Like, the Protoss stuff that I have to do is a lot more theory. It's a lot more like actual number crunching and design stuff. It's probably not going to be as technically minded as today's development was, but that's all right. Avasti Terran mains. And we'll go ahead and sync our stuff with the website. Oh. It's giving me annoying trouble again. I don't know why. Oh, it's not giving me trouble. It says everything up to date. Is that true? Go on Palladium. Will it give me the right... Oh, maybe. Yeah, okay. I guess it's right. I already did it somehow. I thought I didn't. "12 Fulcrum Phalanx is going to be so beautiful. I can't wait. Get some games in, lads. Maybe if there's any replays of that version, I'll go ahead and cast them on stream tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll cast some older games. I got loads of replays to go through, as you can see here. I'll probably start on June tomorrow, assuming we don't get any more August replays. I do have this one replay from Blade Hollow versus Jimmy from August. I might clean that out first, just so that I can keep saying that all the August replays are done, and then just keep going back to the backlog, you know what I mean? So we'll see about that stuff later. GG's, lads. We managed to get everything that we needed to get done today. I am very pleased with that. I'll see you guys tomorrow for some more stream stuff. Donors will probably get a walk log later on. I'm going to be taking a walk after dinner. I'll see you guys for that too. Peace.